Apologize. I don't know what happened. It told me my internet couldn't connect, but we're gonna make a cup of coffee. We're gonna go out to the sharpening bench. I've got a bunch of kitchen knives in from a friend. Typically, I'm not doing sharpening right now, but I'm doing them for a good friend. So we will do that. Let's see if anyone even shows up because notifications have not been going out. I know that for a fact. Because I have queried my members and they're not getting notified of members only videos. So some people are, some people aren't. Notifications aren't going out. I don't know what to do. YouTube fucking sucks. I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing good this morning. We're gonna have a cup of coffee brand coffee with strawberries and cream. This stuff is great. I'm gonna get this cup of coffee started. We are going to do some kitchen knives for a really good friend of ours. It's actually the folks that are giving us the pup. So it's my friend Dennis. Not getting, I know you're not. Complain to YouTube. Go on Team YouTube and say, hey, look, I've checked all my settings. I'm not getting notifications. Go on Twitter, and hit Team YouTube. How's my shoulder? My shoulder's okay. Kitchen knives usually aren't a problem. It's the heavy duty stuff that I run into a problem with. Kitchen knives, I can put them down on the table. I don't have to have them up as close as like the fine detail stuff where I'm doing the big time recurve, or not recurve, but convex edges. So, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not even gonna try and joke. This stuff is great. So, Dennis and his wife Mia live with our friend Roger. Dennis is a professional boxer, world champion boxer, kickboxer. So they have, they all live together. Super good friends. We love them all. Hey! I don't have my bell or my, here. 20 bones. At least that works. So, I've been real frustrated lately. Monday's live feed didn't go the way I wanted. I was really frustrated. So I do apologize for all of that. But we're going to do a handful of kitchen knives that Roger has had since he was in college. Now, Roger's not much younger than me, so he's had these kitchen knives forever. They're not the greatest kitchen knives, but like I said, they're good friends, and I hate seeing people have garbage, like dull knives. So we're gonna look, I'm gonna show you some of them in pretty bad shape. Hang on a second. So I've had my stones in soaking since early this morning. Couldn't sleep. I am kind of sore. I'm not gonna lie to you. The areas that I have problems with in my intestine are very painful today, and the doctor warned me that they would be. They sent a scope up through. They did some biopsies. I'm kind of sore today. I don't want to have to think about filming a video, so I thought in lieu of filming today, I'm just gonna do a live feed. We'll run it for a long time because I have a lot of knives. I have my battery back set up, my battery backup set up so that I can plug everything in. I'm gonna log into this live feed so I can see the comments on my other phone, maybe on the TV. I don't know. We'll see. But we're just gonna run a long live feed today while I'm sharpening because I felt like, here's the other thing. I haven't sharpened in a while, and regardless of how my shoulder feels, I wanted to do some sharpening. So let me get stuff out of the way here. So I'll show you what we're going to be doing. We've got some kitchen knives that have, now this one's obviously had a bent tip on it. I can't straighten that, but I can at least get the majority of it sharp. It will have a spot that's goofy looking. This one has got a horrible edge on it. We're going to do that. We got this one, and then there's a bunch of steak knives. So we're just going to get into the sharpening here in a minute. Let me turn this back around. I've got my gooseneck. Oh, God damn. Hang on. I have my gooseneck tripod set up here, so you guys can see right here. I'm going to have you guys up there. Stone hands. I wouldn't go as far as beautiful. But let me get this set up. I'm gonna pull this live feed up on my other on my other. I'm trying to pull this up, so I'm gonna have to sign out. How do I sign out of my account? Well, let's see. I'm gonna try and pull this live feed up so that we can watch it somewhere. Oh, I know what I can do. That's not gonna work. Let's go to my channel. There it is. There it is. There it is. Now I'm going to pause this. Dave's here. 2A Dave's here. Hey. So I have it set up so that I can follow you guys' chat on my other phone. Let's see here. I'm going to set my chat filter to live, to all messages. So I've had my stones in the water for a little bit. We're going to get this set up. I'm going to bring you guys up here and get this all set up so that you guys can see that. And then I got to plug you all in so that my battery doesn't die. I don't know how well that's going to work. What stones? I am using my Dull Strong stones. They're really good for kitchen knives. I imagine on this one that has got the really bad, edge on it, that I'm gonna have to. My channel. Hang on. I want to see how your view is. Yeah, so these are my. All right, cool. You guys have a pretty good view. These are my Dull Strong sharpening stones that they sent me. This knife right here absolutely has got a very bent tip. So we'll deal with that in a little bit. Let me actually drop you guys down a little bit. You're a little bit higher than I want you. At a weirder angle. Actually, no, you know what? That is going to work pretty well. That's going to be just about perfect. So I am going to hit, I'm going to let you guys know ahead of time, I am going to hit. Do I have what? An 800 Neo King, the stainless? No. So prep my stone here. We're gonna build a slurry on this. I had already started to do this, and the stone was just a little bit dry, and I put it back in the basin for another hour or so. So we're gonna see what we can do on this one that has, as you guys can see, horrible edge on it. We'll see how fast this is going to eat through the steel. This has got a bent tip on it as well. So the thing, a lot of kitchen knives are going to have bent tips on them and things like that. It's not so big a deal because kitchen knives you can absolutely oh crap. I'm trying to bring the live chat back up on my other device here, guys. Sorry, I can't. So using water stones, yeah, using water stones does take a lot of time for prep. I'm not gonna lie, it does. The stones have to soak for a period of time. You want them to soak long enough. You can see it's still absorbing water, even though these have soaked for a good amount of time. I have got to turn this basin a little bit. It is in my way. So it does take a lot of prep. And there's a lot of maintenance that goes into the stones themselves as you use them. I'll do about 2 passes or so each side. I try to remember to do this. I'll do about 2 passes or so each side, and then I'll flip the stones. So like when I say 2 passes, I mean like Like technically that's passed, but I mean like I'll do each side twice, and then I'll flip my stone. That way I'm wearing my stone more evenly. And then you can get down and you can use the middle of the stone down here. I'm not putting pressure on that with my fingers. The only thing I'm doing is just guiding that. I'm not putting much pressure on these stones at all. And you can see this is a 400 grit in these Dahlstrong stones, but they're a very, very coarse, very hard stone. They do a really good job. Now I gotta grab my glasses and see, and my rag. I have set my rag down somewhere, and it's run off summers. There it is. So let me look at this edge and see. You can see we removed a lot of that nasty chipping and things like that already. I don't know how well this is focusing. So I don't think I need to dig out the diamond stone, because the diamond stone is going to take off more material than I really want to. I like to approach this more gently. I absolutely like to approach this in a more gentle fashion, because you're taking off less material off of your knife. So, and I don't think you guys will be able to see it, but you can see I'm starting to have some material load the stone in some areas, like little pieces of metal. These aren't very, very strong, very hard knives at all. And so when you're doing that, one of the things I recommend is use your Nagura stone often, just to clean out the stone and maintain that slurry that you want on this. These aren't like a lot of the other water stones. These harder ones, the 400 and the 1000 grit, do not build up a slurry as much as some of my other water stones, but they absolutely cut faster. Sorry, I know I'm hitting that with my hat. And I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat, but I'm not doing a great job of it. So I want to remove all that old material on those chips and anything that might be fatigued. These are just some basic kitchen knives. These aren't real expensive, high-end kitchen knives. But for what my friend Roger and Dennis and his wife and their daughter, Dennis and Mia's daughter do, these are fine. So there's Wusthof. They're an X50CR MOV15, which is actually a pretty good steel for kitchen knives. It's pretty stainless. Dahlstrong uses it on a lot of their stuff. A lot of other German kitchen knife companies use it. It's pretty decent steel. It holds up pretty well. And for what you're doing with kitchen knives, it's going to be pretty good. If you're using water stones, I recommend you use as much of the stone as possible, especially if you've gotten to a point where you don't have to count strokes and you can just feel when you have a burr formed and stuff like that, because the more you use of your stone, the less stone you're wasting when you have to flatten it. Flattening is removing material. Every time you do it, you're going to remove material. Maybe we'll do a flattening on this too. Maybe I'll just keep you guys here with me the whole time. So I need my rag again. And if you see, all those big chips are gone. All those big chips are gone. So if you guys are at work and you just want to hang out, absolutely. I will try to catch any. I do know that Keen's Custom Tools dropped a super chat. If you guys do drop a super chat and I don't catch it, I apologize, but I'm watching here and there's another device that has the live feed over here and I can't see both. Bad Boy Boots says yes. Let me make sure I got this lens clean for you real quick. 14 people here. Aren't you guys supposed to be doing work or something? So Give that a couple more passes up towards the tip. There is a spot here up at the tip where it's a little bent. I don't know what if I'm gonna be able to do anything about that really, but we are going to give it a shot and see if I can't even some of that out. That's the other nice thing about water stones, is you can absolutely focus on parts of the blade and then even everything back in. I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything about that. It's a pretty significant bend in that. You can see where I'm not really touching. But sometimes you can sharpen that out a little bit. But on a knife like this, you really aren't using the tip. I could just cut that tip off, I suppose, and re-tip this knife if I wanted to get my grinder out. But let's work. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that out of there. You can see right up here where that bend in that blade is. That's something you don't want to try. You can try to gently straighten that a little bit, but a lot of times what happens is you're going to break the tip off of that. I'm looking at it to see if I could. I have a jig that I might be able to use it on, and I'll try that later, but the spine of it is where it's bent really badly. So I think that we're just going to get the majority of the blade sharp and not focus on that too much, because I can see where that is digging into my stone. I'll pull the stone up for you here in a second. I'll rinse it off. And you can see there's some deeper gouges in that up in here where I was trying to even that tip out. So I don't really want to do that too much, because I'll just gouge that to a point where I've damaged the stone. So do a couple quick passes just to take the burr off on this stone, and we'll move to our next stone, which is the 1000. Sorry, I know it's shaking. I keep hitting the power cord. So we'll move on to our 1000, and same thing, we'll build a slurry. So you can see this orange paste that I'm kind of building on here. That is the abrasive that sits in between the blade and the stone, and it's what you can see it on this Nagura stone too. That's what does the majority of the cutting. If you guys are here, please drop a like. It'll tell YouTube that people are enjoying this, and we'll get more people. So now I'm going to take that really coarse edge off, and this knife is not, it's really thick back here. I'm not trying to even do that part. It was not ground very well. I'm not trying to reprofile that. Roger said we didn't need to. So all we're doing now is, you guys remember I talked about scratch pattern in that one little 3-minute video? All we're doing now is removing that scratch pattern that we put on with the 400 grit stone, and we're just refining that out and getting it to 1000. Doing sharpening like this on flat stones like this does not hurt my shoulder as badly, because I'm not as crunched up and I'm not spending as much time. This doesn't do as badly because I'm hanging in a more natural position, but to do some of the other sharpening that I do, it definitely does. What's up, Mark? I'm bumping that, sorry. So flip the stone to get even wear. This stone does build a slurry a lot faster and a lot more than the other one. And this stone breaks down faster. The faster a stone breaks down, the more it's going to build its slurry. And that means it's going to cut better, but it also means that it's going to wear out faster. So I had the diagnostic yesterday. They did some biopsies. The doctor's going to let me know what they find in the biopsies, but they are recommending a retraction, which is to take out the part of the lower intestine that is becoming problematic. So we will have to find out what's going on with that. So that will be that'll be a period of time where I'm not doing a lot of stuff. So one of the key things that you want to keep in mind is as you're doing this, you want to maintain that angle. You see how, like, I don't move any part of this hand. Once I put it down, it stays locked. And if you're listening now, I'm doing that on purpose. Listen to this versus that. Can you hear the difference in the sound? Maybe not a great microphone. But when I shift my wrist, I can hear a sound and I can tell if I'm off the angle. And I'm putting my finger on there because I'll be able to feel any little shift in that. So yeah, we're not going to be able to get that tip sharp. It's just going to have to stay like that. I already told him that there'd be some limitations on that. Now, could I take this out grinder and retip this? Yes, I could just draw this on, do that, grind in a new edge on it, and it would probably be fine. And I'll talk to them about doing that in the future and just retipping a couple of these knives like this one. I could always grind that back and then put a new tip on it from here back, or maybe turn it into more of a, like, bring the tip up and reverse it up. So make it more like this. But, you know, Roger said that he had college roommates that were idiots and they would stab stuff into the cutting board. And he was like, you know, typical college kid things. So Roger bought these while he was in college. So I think we're pretty much done on that one. I want to take a good close look at it. So give me a second. I've got the garage door open, so I've got some natural light. I'll be right back. I want to take a good close look at this and some bright light. And yes, we are done on that stone. So now, I am using the same basin. A lot of people will talk about grit contamination. For something like this, where I'm not working my way up to like a super fine. Yeah, if you guys are watching, there's 18 people here. I don't know how many likes there are. I can't see that. 6 likes. 6 likes is what I'm seeing. Oh. Hang on. $14 people watching. Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. 16 likes. I can't see the likes as much. So, yeah, let's go ahead. Grab our Nagurus. Now, like I was saying, you will, because I am using the same basin to soak these stones. You can get some grit contamination. But on something like this, on these kitchen knives, I'm not trying to go up to super high grit. I'm not as worried about grit contamination on this as I would be on some other knives. You know what I mean? Let me see here. I'm seeing chat show up here. So this is the highest grit I'm going to go to, and this is a 6,000 grit, but this is a very aggressive 6,000 grit. This isn't like what you would be expecting when you see some of those super fine mirror polished 6,000 grit edges. It's not like that. It's a very aggressive, this is a very aggressive stone. You can see it's cutting really fast, leaving black material from the blade on it. So this is one that I think works really well for kitchen knives to finish it on this. It doesn't feel like your average 6000 grit. It doesn't feel like a 6000 grit like you would expect in like a ceramic or some of the other stones. And like I said, if I'm missing you guys' chat, I apologize. If I miss any super chats, I will scroll back up through them and see. Like I said, I know Keen's Customs did. I haven't seen any others. I'm trying to watch it on another device other than the one we're filming on. So yeah, this stone builds a slurry really fast. So this is one of those stones you want to use as much of the stone as you can, working from all the way back to your corners, up the middle, and then flip your stone pretty often, because that's going to allow you to not waste stone. Like I said, when we flatten the stone later, you'll see if we go that long. When we flatten the stone, you'll see that you remove a lot of material just to get it flat, but you got to have flat stones. And you can see here, a lot of that material right here that you're seeing on that is stone that is broken down with steel in it. That's what that slurry is. So final step, I'm gonna make sure this is wet. We're gonna do a couple really light passes like we did on all of them, just to make sure we removed any burr. Now you can do this as a stropping stroke, or you can do it as an edge leading. Either way works, as long as you're making sure that you're doing it lightly. That is very sharp. Let's go ahead and give it a quick strop. We're gonna get the stone back in the water because we're switching back to the 400. Now you could do this, if you're doing batch work like this, you could do all the knives to a certain grit and then work through the grits. I don't necessarily like doing that because I prefer to just have it completely done. So let me put this on my strop real quick, knock any burr that's on it off. So I have a two-sided strop over here. One is rough leather, one is finished leather, and the finished side has got a little bit of compound on it. So let's give that a test. We're going to check it for any pulls and tugs. There we go. One down. Let's go ahead and we'll set this one aside. I want to talk to Roger about putting a new tip on that one. But that one's done. So I have to set this aside with the finished stuff. So give me a second and get it out of the way. Do I strop between grits? No, I only strop at the end. Daddy be tripping. Thanks for your time on this. The biggest part about stones is maintaining them, like keeping them flat, making sure you're not chipping them, checking for chips. If you have chips along your edges here, that's going to cause you problems. You want to knock those corners off. I use a diamond stone for that. I have actually, I don't use a diamond stone. I use this to knock the edges off, just like that, to make sure that those edges aren't so sharp and abrupt, because what's going to happen is if you're sharpening and you hit the sharp edge, you're going to chip that corner, and then that chip is going to screw up the edge you're trying to accomplish. Making sure that you're building a slurry when you're using your stone. You can see that little bit of white mud that's forming on the top of that. That's gonna help out and make your sharpening process a lot easier. With your Nagura stone. I absolutely love these stones that Dahlstrong sent me. They are really good. You can see on this has got some superficial chips and nicks. Let's see, can you get the light to glint off of it? I can't see what you're seeing, I don't even know if it's in focus. But you can see this has been done on a pull through a few times. So pull throughs aren't great. You see back here, you got a couple chips. Go ahead and jump into this. Make sure your stone's good and wet. Loud ass little car. Now, a lot of people are like, well, how do you pick your angle when you put that knife on the stone? How are you picking an angle? I don't even think about it anymore, guys, to tell you the truth. It's not something that I even really think about. I just kind of know where I would want a kitchen knife based on the thickness and stuff like that. A nice, good, thin kitchen knife you can have with just this fairly thin. You can have a steeper angle that's going to hold better because the area behind it is going to do the geometry behind it is going to allow it to cut really, really well, even if you put a thicker front edge on it. This has a bit of a bend in the tip too, but a lot of that was just, a lot of the issue with this knife is it was not ground properly from the factory. So what we're going to do to remove some material off the front of that is we're going to use our diamond stone. Because I've got to remove a bit of material at the front. Crest, didn't know about the slurry. Yeah. The slurry absolutely is important. The stone builds a slurry. And when it builds that slurry, it's going, all right, I'm gonna have to do it this way. When the stone builds a slurry, it acts as an additional abrasive between the actual stone and the knife. So you wind up with extra abrasive. Do I recommend having a what? There's a fucking logo on my shit. Do I an emergency fart bag? Only if you're doing this in a setting like if you had a class. If you were teaching a class, then absolutely have an emergency fart bag. My emergency fart bag is behind me at the moment. So I'm focusing a lot on the tip here. No slurry with diamonds. Diamonds don't need it. As a matter of fact, diamonds will load, and if you were to put abrasive, like I don't use this for anything but sharpening. If you were to use this stone on it, you're actually abrading away some of the material that holds the diamonds on these, and they don't last as long. That's why a lot of times people will tell you, don't use your diamond sharpening plate for. Don't use your diamond sharpening plate to flatten your stones. You're reducing the life of your diamond stone, and it's absolutely true. So I'm trying to align this misgrind that came on this knife from the factory, and it's got some big chips in a thick area on the back. So I think that has realigned the edge enough that now we can go back to this stone. I don't want to use this too much, and I have to clean that now. So yeah, that's way better. So my slurry is still on here. You just can't see it real well because these stones form this stone especially is really hard. It forms a very thin slurry. But you can definitely see it cutting. Yeah, there we go. So you can see it removing a good bit of material. You can see right there. It's removing a good bit of material. These stones are pretty aggressive. That's one of the things I was really surprised about with these Dull-Strong stones. Like I think I've got a link to these down below. I was really surprised at how well they cut compared to some of the others that I've had. They just didn't, the other ones I've had just didn't seem to want to cut, some of these 400s. So I was using diamond stones. You can see right there, there's a lot of material that we've removed. Huh, I just put my thumb right through, as I was wiping, I just pushed my thumb through this is an old t-shirt. And I mean really old. There's a couple little chips still back here at the very heel. Let's put this stone. Yeah, it's sounding way smoother, way more consistent. I'll tell you, as a sharpener, you will notice things about how people store knives. Now, Roger does not use a magnetic storage, and you can tell because there's no buildup of metal on the blade anywhere. A lot of times what you'll run into is you'll build up metal shavings and material all along the edge because they put them in those magnetic holders on the wall, which aren't a problem, but that's just something that as a knife sharpener you want to look at and make sure you're removing that between stages because it will have grit and stuff in it. So I used to take in my rinse basin, I used to have a magnet that I would put in the rinse basin or underneath the rinse basin. As a matter of fact, I had one like this, and I just took the thing off and I would put it under the basin and I would let it catch all the metal underneath, so there wasn't just metal sitting around in my rinse basin. Well, the diamond plates load up. Yes, the diamond plates will load up with material, Kresk. And what you got to do is, so that diamond plate will start to load up. And what I recommend is when I'm done with all this, this will go in the basin with these stones to get rinsed off. But this will get a sprinkle of Barkeeper's Friend. I'll show you. It will get a sprinkle of Barkeeper's Friend and a stiff brush, and that will clean it all out and remove any corrosion that's built. As you can see, there's a little bit of a beginning of a little oxidation from the material removed here. It's starting to turn a little bit orange. It'll take that all out and it'll clean out the pores of the stone, and it'll give you a good fresh surface. It'll give you a really good clean fresh surface the next time you sharpen. So, all right. I need to fill my little bottle back up. Hang on just a second. I'll just put it back in my rinse basin here and fill it up out of the rinse basin a little. Sometimes if I'm doing carbon steel, I will tell you, if I'm doing carbon steel, put a little bit of baking soda in your basin and in your water that you're using on your stones. It's going to prevent any oxidation that you'll form on your stones. So we still got a couple little minor chips here at the heel that I want to work out and just even that all out and make it more smooth and consistent. On a knife like this, you are going to use the heel of it more than you would on this slicer. So on this knife, typically you're using the first 3/4, the forward 3/4 of the edge. On a Japanese style or Chinese style knife like this, you're using a lot more back towards the heel. You're probably using the back 3/4 of it more than you would on the other one. So this one, you absolutely want to make sure that you get everything all the way back. Like this knife here, it's kind of thick back here anyway. Most people are going to have it in that grip anyway for slicing. You're not going to have that happen with this. You're going to do a lot more chopping. So this knife, you use the back. That knife, you use the front. Each knife has its own little quirks. Just checking, make sure that I've edge completely smooth, that edge is going all the way to the apex, that my scratch pattern hasn't gotten missed anywhere. This knife does have a bit of a bias, and I'm doing that on purpose because Roger uses this knife a lot, and I do know he's right-handed. That's something we talked about in one of the videos, is the bias. That's a little bit, if you look at the width, of the edge bevel on this side versus the width of the edge bevel on this side, it's a little thinner on this side, and that's 100% because I am biasing this for a right-hand person that does cook a lot. Now, Roger's not a chef, but still, that's going to make it a little bit easier. Now, if he was left-handed, you would see the exact opposite. This bevel will be wider, and this would be narrower, because that's going to allow you to have that edge come down, and it's just a little bit chiseled from one side to the other. Some sort of fabric on my stone. All right, I think we're ready to move on to the next stone. So I'm gonna do one more quick pass on this side. And then some burr removal. Oh, sorry. Now you could, Bubbles had asked, you could put this on a strop just to make sure you removed all of that previous burr. But the fact is, my first pass is going to be on this side where any little burr would be, because I just finished there. Any little burr that's still on that, which if there is, I really can't feel it, is going to come off on my first pass on the next stone. And you can see there's still a little bit of a slurry built on that, but I am going to go ahead and hit it with the stone. Build up a little bit more of it. Now, some people ask us, what's going on here? Is this stone coming apart and building a slurry? A little bit of both. This is a higher grit. This is about a 5 or 6,000 grit. And this is a 1,000. So this is breaking down a little bit, but what it's doing is it's breaking down the surface of this stone. That's why you see the orange mud forming on that. And you can see that orange liquid coming off here at the edge. And that means that you're building the majority of that slurry from the same grit as you're using. You always want to make sure if you get a Nagura stone, like this is a Japanese Nagura stone, this is at 8,000. You want to make sure that you use your Nagura stone only on grits that are lower than the stone is rated at. This is a little higher than all of these stones. Actually, I think this is at 8,000 if I remember. So you can still use it on a 6,000, because what's going to happen is both this stone and the stone you're rubbing it on are going to break down. And if you use a Nagura stone that is maybe a 1,000 grit Nagura stone, right? Then if you use it on a 5,000 grit stone, the abrasive that this is putting down is more abrasive than the stone you're trying to cut to, and you're going to get a finish that doesn't match up with the stone you're trying to use. So always make sure that when you pick a Nagura stone, you pick one that's in the range of what you want to use. So like I said, this is a Japanese one at 5,000 grit. I wouldn't use this on a 10,000 grit stone unless I was just trying to clean the surface real quick, just clean the surface up and then wipe it down real good. I would not use this to build a slurry. So this is 8,000, and then the highest grit in that box, in that basin, is a 6,000. So not an issue here. So like I said, I finished on this pass, which means if there is a burr, it's going to be on this side. I'm going to start on this side, and that first pass right there is going to knock that burr off. And now I'm going to start replacing that 400 grit scratch pattern with the 1,000 grit scratch pattern. And it's just the same process. I'm sorry, guys. I just keep nailing that with my head. I didn't almost cut myself. I had my finger here and I drug it. I had it too far that it slid down and I hit the edge of the stone. But later, Crash. I'll be here for a while. It's been kind of dry here in San Diego. We had all that wet weather and it's been kind of dry, and my stones are drying up quicker than they would have here a week or so ago. When there was more ambient moisture in the air, more humidity. All right, I'm gonna step out here and take a look at this edge in the sunlight real quick to see if I need to keep going. I can't see it real great. I'll be right back. Give me just a second. Just a little bit more work on this stone. Little bit more work on this one. So what sometimes happens is your coarser grit scratch pattern will hide spots that you didn't see. So when you get on the finer stone, you'll see like low spots. Like I may have to go up. We're going to take a look. I'm going to give it another shot here, a couple more passes, and see if it works its way up. But there's a little bit of coarse scratch pattern that's still here. And what happens is you get the scratch pattern that masks low spots on the blade, and you won't notice it until you go up in grit. And if you see that, it's better to just go back down in grit, back down to the 400 grit stone, than to remove material off of this stone and waste this stone, because it's just going to take you longer. So what we're going to do is, I can see it on both sides. There's a little low spot that I couldn't see because the coarser scratch pattern was masking it. So we got to go back to the coarser stone to make sure we've got that grit completely, or that edge completely profiled on that grit. If you guys are just here now, I would appreciate if you, if you're just showing up, if you drop a like on the video. It helps with the algorithm. Now that I know I can see it, there's still a low spot there. So you may actually get a very coarse stone out and work on that area a little bit more than waste these more expensive stones. As a matter of fact, no, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Yep. I think we're good now. Yep. So we'll do a couple burr removal passes. Really light, almost no pressure. Just barely even touching it to the stone. And that's the way you should sharpen anyway, because the abrasive, I'm standing. I don't want to sit. My guts are still all screwed up from having a camera shoved way up in me. Sitting is not, it's not the actual booty itself. It's the stomach that doesn't feel great. It's the actual like bending part of it. So now we'll go back to this. And we should have a really good, clean, consistent. Yep, all better, all better. And flipping that stone is important, or you're going to dish that stone unevenly. And like I said, the price of things for sharpening is not cheap. These are not cheap stones. And if you stay on one side, you're going to have a stone that looks like this. You're going to have a stone that looks like this. This came uneven anyway. This is an actual Japanese Nagursa, but you'll wind up with a stone that looks like this. And then when you have to flatten it, it becomes problematic. So it lets you just maximize the use of the stone. Get all of what you paid for. That is really sharp right there in that corner. I keep catching my thumb on it, and I'm like, is there something? Is the handle broken? And no, it's just a really sharp bolster on that. I don't recommend sitting to sharpen. Sitting to sharpen puts your shoulders at a weird angle. It puts you at a weird angle. It gets you too close to the work surface. It doesn't allow you to fully extend and maintain that angle. You're gonna have a tendency to be too compacted, and you're gonna change your angle. Sitting to sharpen is not my recommended course of action. Now, if you use a fixtured system, yeah, you can get away with it. But using a sharpening stone, standing's the way to go. You get more of a natural position of the shoulders. All right. Do a couple of burr removal passes. Real light. And then we'll put this stone away, and we'll get our final stone for this. Now, like I said, I'm using the same basin, but you can see I'm rinsing this stone off real good before I use it. Because like I said, I'm not trying to get like a mirror polished edge, so the little bit of grit contamination I'm getting on this is not going to be that big a deal. And then like I said, as you can see, a little bit of a biased edge, a little bit wider bevel from side to side for a right-handed person. Build our slurry again. This is also going to help maintain your stones. It's going to help you keep from, like, it, because it removes some of the top material. It's going to help prevent some of the deeper scratches from getting worse, and then you're going to have inconsistent issues. So it helps flatten, it helps keep your top of your stone flat, and it opens and exposes new grit, and it builds that slurry in between. And like I said, it's about an 8,000. This is a 6,000, so you're not going to have a real issue with this causing problems. Coffee is so good. If you guys have not tried the Coffee Berry Coffee Strawberries and Cream, I recommend it. It's really good. I'm not a fan of blueberry, but I absolutely love strawberry. And I don't count strokes, guys. So if you're like, how many strokes do you go before you flip sides and things like that? I'm not the guy to ask. I do it until I can hear and feel that the burr and everything has smoothed. And from start to finish, you're going to hear this sounds different. Like if you were to go back and listen to the first few passes versus the passes now, you're going to notice a difference in the way it sounds because the scratch pattern is more refined. And this is one of the better, these are some of the better cutting stones that I've had in a very, very long time. I like these. They are not cheap, but they're also not as expensive as other stones that I've had that are not as good. This gets you a really good clean edge finish on these. I think we're just about done on this knife. Now, I do want to go out and look at it in the sunlight and see if I missed any scratch patterns, so give me just a second. looks like we got it all. We don't have any inconsistencies in that edge. I'm gonna put it on a strop real quick, knock off any burr that we may have still got left. Just a plain leather strop on one side, and then there's a little bit of diamond compound on the other. So I'm using the suede side I'm using the rough side of a razor strop. The other side is a finished side with a little bit of compound in it. And it's attached to my sharpening station. And then once again, oh yeah, that is very sharp. That is a very sharp kitchen knife. Grab a piece of phone book paper. Grab a piece of phone book paper here. There we go. That knife is done as well. We'll set it off to the side. I will get right back with you. I got to find some place to put the finished sharpened knives because we're on knife number 2. And then we're going to see what we can do with this one with the really bent tip. So just a couple minutes here before we get into it. And then I'm gonna have to talk to Roger about this one. I may just tell him I'm gonna have to break the tip off that one. See how that is hooked and really, really sharp? That is definitely going to destroy your stones. So I'll see what Roger says. I can try and put this in the jig and straighten it. But what I would actually just recommend is just breaking that off at that point. It's pretty easy to break them. I could probably just do it on a grinder. So I don't think we're gonna do this one with that very, very badly hooked tip. We can work on this one, even though it has a badly bent area. We just won't really worry because this is another one of those knives that you're using the middle part of the blade. So a lot of times on these knives, you're using the middle part of this blade. So you had the slicer, you're using the forward 3/4, then you use that, we saw the one where it's a chopper, you got the back 3/4. This is more of a chef's knife. You're using the middle of this knife a lot more. I don't really have to worry about it. Strawberry. I didn't say huckleberry, Bubbles. I said strawberry. And you can see right here how much material we've removed off the stones themselves during the course of sharpening. Rinse that off. So like I said, you will get a little grit contamination. But for what we're doing, it's not going to really matter. So, I'll be your straw, baby. I said strawberry, yeah, goofball. Wasn't doing heroin. I don't even know why there's a spoon. I think I just grabbed a spoon when I was in the kitchen and it wound up out here. Let me put that in the sink. I just realized that was there. I think I grabbed that out of the sink when I grabbed the basin and just had it in my hand still. This has got some work that needs to be done on it. So maybe. Oh, let me see. Will the diamond plate fit? Nope. I'm trying to find something. I want to put the diamond plate here, but it wants to slide around. Could be because my plate, my stone is a little dished, but I think we're going to have to use diamond plate on this to straighten this out a little bit. But I'm not putting any pressure. The abrasives on these stones are absolutely strong enough to do the work. So if you hear a crow that becomes really loud, there is a crow, because we're not far from the house we were at before. There's a crow that I saved from a hawk, well, an eagle actually, here a couple years ago. And it started swinging by the house, and bringing things, and it would come out every morning, and I would have coffee at my little workbench in the morning, and he would come out and he would sit on the fence and he would call at me and he'd bring stuff, and I would always find like little marbles and goofy stuff on my workbench. And I found out that it was that crow. Well, when we moved, I didn't think I would see it again. This crow here has started bringing, I'm pretty sure it's the same crow, has started bringing me things and dropping them off. And now I literally have to, in front of my garage door every morning, I have to move a bunch of stuff and throw it away because there's like a pile of like Legos or things like that that this crow has left. See, Kobe, you're out. What do you mean you're out? I didn't even know you were here. You did not make your presence known. Well, you have a good day. See, Kobe, you got your knife, right? Before you say you're out, did you get your knife? See, Kobe won the knife. But yeah, so this crow will now get out in the middle of the street and just caw and caw and caw at me until I step out of the garage. I don't think that was him, though. Okay, so you guys can see how we're hitting that spot right there on the bend, and you've got a different shine. I'm not going to be able to get that sharp. And you can see here that there's areas of that where I'm not even hitting it at all. I'm not concerned about that. I can try and sharpen it up at the very tip a little bit, but there's that bend that is not gonna. Kurt Duncan, if you guys are showing up, I would absolutely appreciate it if you guys would drop a like, because there's 11 people here, 26 likes, but I know that people have been in and out. So if you're stopping in, even if it's for a few seconds, drop a like. It absolutely helps the channel. It's one of the best things you can do. If you like a channel, drop likes on their videos. I've got videos that have got literally thousands of views with very few likes. What's that? So you just break the burr. The current starter next highest stone. This is super helpful if you never freehand sharpen. Yeah, you can do the burr remove. I do it between on the stones between, and at the very end I break the burr if there's any burr left. If I haven't gotten it, that strop is going to just knock any little bit of burr that's left. If you got a really heavy burr, yeah, you're having problems. I'm not necessarily having problems. I'm just saying, like right now, if I could get my macro lens in, you could see that I have a burr. I can see it and I can knock it off. You hear it? You can just knock it off on the next pass on the stone. On a really coarse stone like this, though, now I've formed that burr on the opposite side. When you get onto the stone below it, it's not as big, but this is a very, very coarse stone I'm using right now. So, are there any good cheap water stones? Yeah, there are. I mean, these aren't super expensive. These are less expensive than a lot of the other stones that I have used in the past. But we're switching stones. I'd say these Dahlstrong ones are probably about the best ones at the price point. They're not super expensive. They're also not super cheap, but they are very good for especially what I'm doing, like on kitchen knives where you're not dealing with like super steels and things like that. So on this 400 grit, I should be able to do everything I'm going to do now. I think I've got the majority of the hard work on this. I mean, there's still some little minor things that I have to do on this. But I mean, you can see there's still some light chipping and things back here. But I'd rather do it on these than on the diamond stone for a couple reasons. That diamond stone doesn't leave you the best finish, and it's harder to remove. The less work I do on it, the easier it's going to be to clean it up on these. And this doesn't remove as much material each pass, so it's gonna be it's a better way to sharpen the knife because it's going to save you the life of the knife. So there is a chip that keeps reoccurring, which I'm wondering about. Like, it'll start to go away and then it comes back. Like a little, it could be a little bad area in the steel. It's right here. We'll give it a few more passes. We'll see. Yeah, and if you're gonna get the Jawstrong stones, I would absolutely ask that you use my sharpening or my affiliate link down below. These are really some of the best stones at the price. For all around, for like kitchen use. Like I said, now if you were trying to do something like this S90V PMP Aries, you're not going to want to use these stones. I'm going to tell you right now, not that you can't do it. You're not going to get as good an end result, first of all. And second of all, you're going to take forever to do it. Now, you see how we've got a lot of metal in that slurry? Don't worry about that. A lot of people are like, oh, the slurry is dark. I got to fix it. No. That metal that's in that slurry is not going to affect. I want to take a look. I'm going to do a couple more passes on each side. Do a couple more sharpenings on each side and see how that one chip at the back looks. And if it looks like it's still reoccurring and popping back up, I may have to do something drastic and fire up the grinder and re-edge this. I don't know. I don't like doing that, but I've got an area of this that's just acting strange. Well, I mean, I can always just use that diamond plate some more, but hey, Bubbles, as a moderator, if you'd like to, you can grab my, or drink water, you can do it too. Oh, no. Bubbles, as a moderator, would you be ever so kind as to grab my Jawstrong link and throw it in the chat? Yeah, you can see there's just an area on that tip. We're just not sharpening that at all. And that's because the tip of this knife has been bent. Checking for the burr all the way down. This is another one that's really thick back here. I don't like these knives with the bolster like this. I really don't like them because there's usually an area about like this where it starts to transition in and it gets thick. I personally like knives without them. What's that? Plenipote, you? Let me get closer to the microphone. You and Neves make me want to start hand sharpening my knives, but I need to figure out what stones to buy. Depending on the steel, I would say these and the Vinev diamond stones are really, really good. I have several different styles. I have some wider ones that are more like a plate, like a bench stone, but they're cut in half. I like these. These work really well. These are double-sided, so I have a 400. I have a 100, a 400, an 800, and 1,000. Right here. These are nice because that right there basically is all the stones I need to sharpen and they last really well. The Atoma diamond plates are really good because you can replace the top. You can replace the top. Well, is that the one that's in my videos? Is that the one that's in my videos, Bubbles? That's an affiliate link to Jawstrong, not just the stones, but but at any rate, like I said, I don't like these. They thicken up, and then you wind up with an area back here that just never really wants to get as sharp as you want it. So, but like I said, depending on what stones, these are really good. I've got a list of stones on my Amazon in the description. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Bubbles. I appreciate it. Bubbles is a good moderator. And I was going to tell you guys, I am going to start offering the sharpening service again on a limited basis. So feel free to reach out to me, but don't be upset if I tell you I'm not able to do it. I have a few knives I got to get caught up on. I've got these ones here and a couple others. I don't like the DMT stuff. They just don't last as long as I want them to. They do okay. Kurt, they do okay. So Kurt says, been thinking about getting a 25 micron 600 mesh DMT stone and a Spyderco ceramic to get started. I would, if you're starting, I would not recommend the Spyderco ceramics. They do a really good job. As a matter of fact, I have one right here. They do a really good job, but the problem is they're very slick and you get very little feedback from the stone, and it allows you to slide around. They are definitely something that someone that's much more advanced in sharpening would be able to use. But if you're just starting, you're not going to get on these stones. The stone feedback, what I'm talking about is when I touch this down, I can feel the stone interface with the I can feel the stone interface with the knife. With the ceramics, a lot of times you don't get the bite. They feel really slippery. And that can cause you some problems when you're trying to maintain your angle if you're new at sharpening. So they are very good. I do like them a lot. The Spyderco ceramics are really, really good. They're great for touching up edges and things like that. So now I'm back to the burr removal. So I'm just barely putting any pressure on that, just letting that knife slide down the stone just to break off that burr. That little chipped area has resolved itself. So let's go ahead and move on to the next stone. Like I said, I'm doing these stones as a favor for a friend. So if any of you are like, but I would say if I was going to get anything to start with, I would try to get some of these, the Vinev style diamond stones. They have bigger versions of these. They have larger ones, because you do get the feedback from the stone. You get the feedback from the stone, you get the feedback from the knife. It doesn't feel slippery, and they cut really well. They hold up really well. They don't very often require a lot of like stone maintenance. And when you do have to do it, they're easy to do. You can flatten them just like your regular stones. So Vinev, you can get them at Gritomatic. You're cold? It's 70 degrees out here.
Let me be cold if I want to be.
Okay, okay.
I don't decide if I'm cold
All right.
or not.
The daughter came out. I'm doing a live feed.
I know.
Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't build a slurry on this. Got to talking to my daughter and forgot what I was doing. And like I said, every time you do this, check for chips along your corners. It's going to save you a lot of work. Because if you have a chip on your corner, you're going to have deep cuts and scratches in your edge. And anytime you're sharpening, like I said, when I'm doing the burr removal, I'm saying don't put any pressure. I mean, you shouldn't really be using pressure anyway. All you're going to do is break down your stone faster. It doesn't do you any good to push. You're not getting your knife any sharper any faster. The thing that the mistake a lot of people will make is, oh, well, I'm going to have to push down on this to get this edge faster. And it doesn't help at all. All it does is it makes deep gouges in your stone, and you wind up with issues that you don't want on your final, It doesn't get you there any faster. It just ruins your equipment. The abrasives will only work so fast. And if you're just showing up, please drop a like. If you're here for just like more than a minute, if you're just dropping in, drop a like. Doesn't cost a thing. It's free 99. Because I see how many people are here versus how many likes. And I see the numbers fluctuate, which means people leave and then new people come in. But I'm not seeing the likes change all that much. So yeah, can you see here? Now this is what I was talking about. So the tip on this knife is badly bent. So there's an area right here and right here where that edge just is not even cut. And you can see here where the opposite side, where this side is not touching the stone, that you've got that wide area. Now, the nice thing about this is most people use these chef's knives, don't use the tip, they use the middle. So they don't use the first quarter. Okay, so I talked about it. This is a cool one, we can talk about it. So having sharpened a lot of knives for a lot of chefs and cooks, I can see the wear patterns on knives, where they get dull. This knife, you're using it from, like if you break this knife into quarters, you're using the back 3/4 of the knife. That tip does not get used all that often. If you're using this knife, which is a slicer, if you broke it into four pieces, the forward 3/4. And on a typical like French style chef's knife, you're using the middle 3/4. And if you can remember that, and there's damage to an edge, and or if a knife is dull in certain spots, you can think about where you're going to have to do the majority of the work. The most damage is going to be in that middle 3/4 on a French style chef's knife, like a European style chef's knife. On one that's more like your Chinese or Japanese style, it's going to be the back 3/4, and then this is going to be here. So you're going to have to think about, like, to maintain the shape of the knife, you're going to probably have to remove more material at the heel on this one. You're probably on this one going to need to remove more material to tip, to align for your edge. And on this one, you're probably going to have to remove more material on these parts to marry up to the material that you had to remove. If you only sharpen the part that is dull, which a lot of people try to do, like, oh, I'm just going to only sharpen, it's only dull here, I only sharpen it. Then you wind up with a knife that is misshapen, it doesn't match up, it doesn't have the curvature it originally was supposed to have for the thing it was designed to do, which in this case is the rolling chop versus the drop chop that you do with one of these, more of a cleaver style. So just a little bit of knife sharpening knowledge. Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Pena, it's now your job to remind everyone to drop likes. I'm just kidding. Just remember, I'm a ray of fucking sunshine. Oh, so. I gotta flip this stone. Now, if you forgot where you were at, okay, here's another thing, another little tip. If you forgot what you were doing, which side of the knife you did last, look at where your slurry marks stop. So if you can see here, that means that I was working this direction because my slurry, the waves of the slurry lines are here. So that means that I know I got to start on this side. Even if I flip my stone and it looks like I was going that way, I know which side to start on. Dropping likes, dropping super chats on videos that are pre-recorded, the super thanks, just liking videos in general. That is the best thing all of you can do to help support this channel. If you're gonna buy stuff, I have a lot of links. And if you want a fancy little logo next to your name in the chat, you can do my membership, where I have actual conversations with everybody. What was this Bubble said? Ooh, that's pretty bad. Well, I mean, ranch is basically mayonnaise with some powder added. So I think I should have taken my hat off because what keeps hitting the camera is the bill of my hat. So that's what we'll do. We'll just take my hat off. So a couple little burr removal passes. And then mentioned it, you got to be careful now that my fingernails are really wet. You can actually cut through your fingernail, but if you're looking to see if there's any chips or anything, when your hands are dry, just take your thumbnail and just barely touch it to the edge, and you'll feel any little chips or catches on that. So there aren't any, so we're ready to move on. And I have to I actually need to do something real quick. I need to change shirts. I'm wearing a very, very nice shirt, one of my favorite shirts, to do something I shouldn't be doing in it. Give me just a moment. Just a momento. I'm still here. Wearing my favorite new t-shirt, like a dummy. Getting that mess all over it, staining it. So it does make a hell of a mess to sharpen on, what's the biggest advantage to freehand sharpening over a system? Trying to convince myself to get into it. You can easily do, remember I was talking about biased edges? I can easily change that angle from side to side. You can see I've done it a little bit on this one. Narrower bevel on this side to that, and you can do that very easily. You can focus on specific areas more easily. You can cover the long distance of the knife without hitting spots. Like a lot of the fixtured systems, you're going to do this a lot. You can do a convex. I was getting to that, drink water. All of my edges are convex edges. Even if they're just lightly convexed, there's still a curvature to them. So a convex is like this. It's not a straight V, it's got a curvature to it, so you have more material supporting the edge than you do on a plain V edge. And one of the things that you can't do with a fixtured system that you can do is you're looking directly down on the stone from above. So you can see where the travel of that blade is across the entire length. So when you're using a fixtured system, it's clamped like this and your stone is above it, like this. And what happens is you can't, like a lot of people will get going and then they slip off the end of the tip right up here. They slip off and they wind up with this very, very rounded, blunted edge at the very tip. And it's a pain in the ass because what it actually does is you get a discrepancy in the angle, and it causes a lot of problems. And because people try to go too fast. The thing about a fixtured system is you can go too fast, and people screw things up, and then they have to send it to someone else to get it fixed, and that can be expensive. The big advantage to doing it like this is you do have to slow down. You have to do it in a specific pattern. You have to do it a specific way. I hate the wicked edge because you're going like this. So if you're going like this, your scratch pattern is going this way. I'm going like this, which means that my scratch pattern is going this way, which means that those teeth align going this way. So as you're cutting, it's just like a saw. So there's a lot of big advantages to it. If you have not dropped a like, I would appreciate if you did. It would be really cool. But the other big advantage is you get there's a bit of a satisfaction in doing it this way. There's a feel for it. There's a technique to it, and you can sharpen everything this way pretty much. There's a lot of things that you can't. Like if a knife is too long, you can't sharpen it. I've sharpened basically short swords at this point. I've done it on these. I did one of those cold steel Vaquero folders, the one that's the great big one, like a 16-inch blade. I did it on these. You can't do it on a fixtured system as easily. On these stones, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. No problem doing it on these stones. So you're not limited. Now on these stones, can you do a recurve? No, you can't sharpen a recurve on these. You have to have the other stones. But once you know how to do it this way, you could easily do a recurve on one of these or one of these. And it's as simple as getting it down, and you can do the same thing. You could get a board and make yourself a little fixture and set this up. Use the corner of your workbench and set this down and hold it. You can do it on any stone. Once you learn how to do it, you can sharpen the same way on any stone. It's just getting yourself the right platform to do it from. Yes, I absolutely have sharpened a lot of my 14. As a matter of fact, all of my 14C knives that I have right now have been sharpened on these stones. I love the 6,000 grit edge that this one does on this Dahlstrong stone. It's not me hyping up a brand or anything. I love these stones. They work really good for D2, carbon steel, 14C28N. As a matter of fact, my PMP Big Boy, which is over here, is one of the sharper knives in my collection, and I absolutely did it on this, and it is just nightmare inducing sharp. It is terrifyingly sharp. You can do some of the super steels on these as well, because like I said, the abrasive in this is still a 9 on the Rockwell. On the Mohs hardness, it's a 9 out of 10. Diamond is a 10, and most of your carbides are going to be under 9. The problem is that those steels are very wear resistant, and they're just going to take longer. I've done S90V on aluminum oxide. I've done 20CV on it. You get a good edge. It's just that it's absolutely going to take you a longer period of time to do it. On those steels, I absolutely recommend, just because you're going to wear your stones out faster, to use a more appropriate stone like those Vinev diamond stones, which feel a lot like your aluminum oxide water stones like this. They have the same feel, and so you're not giving up anything on the way it feels to sharpen like you do on a ceramic, where you lose the feedback from the stone. It's trash day, and everybody's trash cans are out, and there's fruit flies fucking everywhere because it's been hot lately. So we have the new green cans where everybody's putting their food waste and their yard waste and everything in it. And so there's just fruit flies fucking everywhere right now. So I am going to take my rag, as soon as I figure out where I have my rag now. Hang on, I put my rag somewhere. It's all right, I've got more. I'll grab another one. Got a fresh rag. Plenty of old t-shirts around this house that have been turned into sharpening rags. I have an entire bin full of them. So I'm gonna take this out into the sunlight, and I'm gonna look and see if I'm happy with this edge, even though I know I wasn't able to fix this area here at the tip. So give me just a second. And I am definitely happy with that. We'll do just a couple, we'll wet the slurry on this. We'll do a couple of quick burr removal passes just to make sure. Remind everybody to drop a like while I'm doing this. I'm doing this for y'all, for fun. Actually, I just didn't feel like filming anything, and I knew I wanted to sharpen these. And I hadn't done a live sharpening in a very long time. So I'm gonna grab you guys, I'm gonna show you guys my strop. So my strop is it's a razor strop. It's a barber's strop. Don't mind that. I use those, that's not from my teeth. I use those to clean out the pivots on knives. I used a little pick on the back of them, and I dropped it before we started. So I use this side to knock the burr off, and then this side to final it up and make sure I don't. This is loaded ever so slightly with a little bit of diamond. So I'm going to hit that on that. I'm going to hit this knife on that strop now that we're done with those burr removal passes. I don't feel a burr, except at that area where it's bent, which is just par for the course. So we should be good on this. Let me grab that piece of foam paper. Give it a test. And that is very, very sharp. Very, very sharp kitchen knife there. Now, let's take a look at some of these. Strop aggressively at a higher angle. Well, if your strop is not loaded and it's the very flat, very soft leather, you strop at a higher angle because they're putting a lot of pressure at a higher speed and there's not much tension on their strop. So what they're doing is conforming that strop around the edge to make sure they've knocked that burr off. And a lot of times they have a very, very strong convex, so they're just hitting the very apex. So, Sydney Barstow. Well, that is very cool. Yeah, I mean, this is all stuff that is. See, growing up, we learned all this. I learned how to sharpen like this growing up as a kid, and it was always something that I just didn't understand why people didn't know it. I do straight razors the same way, things like that. So it's always been one of those things where I just couldn't understand why people, like, I was surprised that I was able to make a business sharpening knives for a while. And like I said, I'm going to open it back up a little bit because the YouTube money has absolutely been drying up. I was able to just run the channel and everything was going well, but YouTube started suppressing my content and people just aren't watching the videos, no matter what I do, no matter what combination of thumbnails and things I try to do. So I may start opening this up a little bit until I figure out what they're going to do with my abdominal surgery. So let's grab one of these. Let's grab one of these steak knives. So these steak knives, we're going to do a start to finish this. This is very dull. Let me bring it in for you. I got some more to send you. Yeah, it's going to be a case-by-case thing. All right, so let's look at the edge on this one. Can you see chips and chunks and stuff? Steak knives, historically some of those to sharpen because they are hit into forks. They wind up getting dinked in the drawer. They're on the ceramic or glass plates. They're very, very rarely a good sharp knife. We're going to change that on this one. So let's get this finished sharpened one out of the way. It's just setting off to the side back here. Let's see. Now let's get our 400 grit stone. Now what you can do on something like a steak knife that's going to get a lot more damage is you can put a steeper edge on it. That way it doesn't roll. It's got more support. And these have got already a pretty steep edge on them. We're going to probably just follow the edge that was on them. And you can see, man, is that a bad edge? Like right there, you could see, like you shouldn't be able to look down on it and see the edge. So I don't want to use the diamond, mainly because I don't want to have to keep cleaning the diamond. I would prefer to use this. Let's get into it. What do we got here? Wow, you can hear it. That is a very, very bad, very, very chipped, very, very nasty edge. Yeah, finally catching one, Nathan. I'm just trying to hog out some material here and utilize both sides of the stone, or the entire stone, I should say, as much as possible, so I don't have uneven wear on my stones. It's going to save me time in the long run. I won't have to flatten my stones as often because I'm not going to belly them out by staying only in the middle. Let's see. There's no oil. It's just water. It's not even soapy water. It's just plain tap water. Don't ever, 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 ever use oil on water stones. This is a wet stone. This uses oil. This is an oil stone. This is not a wet stone. This is a water stone. If you put oil on this, it is ruined. You will never be able to use it again. It ruins. This and this both would use oil. If I was using this super coarse stone, silica carbide, yes, oil. Only ever use water on water stones. These never go in the kitchen. I clean the knives before I put them on the stone. There's no oil. This gets cleaned off before it goes back in the drawer. If I'm going to use my oil stones, the water stones will get covered with what's it called? Not butcher paper. My wife has it. She used wax paper. I'll put a piece of wax paper across everything in this drawer down here if I'm at all going to use oil on this. So never, ever, 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 ever. Big no-no. You can use soapy water. It helps break the surface tension and prevent loading on your diamond stones. On these stones, I use just either plain water or water with a little bit of baking soda in it to prevent the rust that you'll get from carbon steel. But these aren't. These are in X50. It's a very high stainless, very corrosion resistant steel. It's X50 MOV, X50 CR MOV WV15. It's a common German stainless that they use in a lot of. Does flattening a water stone and a wet stone differ? I've never had to flatten my oil stone. I've never flattened that. It just, they are a different type of material. They don't break down. And that's why you use the oil, because all you're doing is preventing the loading. This, you're lifting the material that's breaking off of this. Water stones are friable, which means they break down. And that's how you build you don't ever build a slurry on a wet stone. This is a very, very old stone. The only thing I ever did was I put it in a grinder and I knocked the corners off that were chipped. These do not break. This was my great grandfather's stone. They don't dish out. They don't wear out. They're non-friable. They don't break down. So the oil just simply keeps the metal out of the pores. So these break down and form the slurry. Ceramic is the same as this. You don't build a slurry on a ceramic stone, on a true ceramic, fired ceramic, like a hard ceramic like this. You can use oil on these Spyderco ceramics. You absolutely can use oil on them, because it's not going to matter because they're non-porous. So we may have to break down and use the diamond plate. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to. There's a deep chip in this one, and there's several more of these. And like I said, I'm just doing these for my friend because, I mean, we're getting the dog from them. They're holding on to the dog. They're taking care of the pup while they're getting all the first rounds of vaccinations before we go pick up our new puppy. Okay, yeah, you can see. So there's been enough damage to this edge here that as I'm removing material, it keeps breaking off. We're going to have to get past that. So what we've got here is some material that has some edge that has been stressed to a point where it just is breaking off. So fatigued steel is what it is called. And so we're going to grab my big hardcore hog here. we're going to just go ahead and remove some more material real fast because we're going to have to get past that. This is just going to make our life a little easier. It's going to get everything done a little faster. This is that Atoma diamond plate. You can get it on Amazon. If you use my affiliate link, you can absolutely get it. If you guys have just dropped in, I can't see how many people are here. I can't see how many likes. But if you have dropped in, it says there's 20 people here, but I'm looking at the comments. Drop a like if you would. I'm doing this just because a lot of people like it. Yes, it's another golden. His name's Chunk. About another 2 weeks. We're going the full 8 weeks of leaving him with the litter for 8 weeks. And then we're going to bring him home about the 8-week mark. The people that had the litter are absolutely they're the sweetest people I know, and that's why I'm sharpening their kitchen knives for them. And before you guys ask, no, I'm not charging them for this. So this would be, right now, at my running price, would be about $100 worth of work that I've done on this. And like I said, if you guys are looking to send me some stuff, hit me up. I can absolutely start doing this. I'll just put out less videos and do live feeds of me sharpening your knives and take the income from sharpening knives. Because like right now, I would have made... No, the dog already was named Chunk, and they said, oh, you can change it. And I was like, why would I change it? Why would I change it? The dog's name is Chunk Cappuccino. That's his middle name. My wife and daughter decided that. So they don't want to change his name from Chunk. And I was like, why would I change it? You're like, The Goonies is one of my favorite movies. And I'm absolutely going to try and teach the dog to do a truffle shuffle. Somehow. I'll teach it to do something. So Chunk Cappuccino is the middle name. And the reason they did that is because the people we're getting a dog from are super, super good friends of ours. They had 2 dogs named Cece and CJ. And they both passed away, and then they got 2 more dogs, and they had the litter. And so in homage to Cece, who was such a sweet, sweet dog, we're going to keep that. My daughter can call him Cece, and he'll come to it. And we can kind of remember our friend's dog's name, and our dog's name was Cayenne, so it's all starting with C's. It's just... That's what I say. I say booby traps. It's booty traps. I say that's what I say. I say booby trap. It's one of my favorite movies. There's been a lot of times, like, I would do sharpening, and that's what would be playing in the background. Like, when you guys would see videos of me sharpening, when I would do the sharpening videos, and there was no audio, it was just music. That's because I was watching Goonies or... Blade Runner. Those are 2 of my favorite go-to movies for while I'm doing some sharpening. So I'm not trying to get this like a nice, clean, concise edge on this. I'm just trying to remove the material at this angle on this to get rid of that fatigued steel that kept breaking away as I was sharpening. And I think we're at that point because I'm not seeing it breaking off anymore. I'm seeing a nice smooth edge. So if you guys remember here just a second ago, we had a little spot in here where it was breaking off. And now we've got a very, very coarse edge. Is a diamond stone best for high-end steel? There's a couple things you can get. Diamond is really good, especially if you have the money to get some of the stuff that Big Brown Bear is selling, the vitrified diamond. Those are absolutely the best stones on the market. They absolutely are. The diamond stones, if you can get some really good ones, like the ones I talked about, like the Vinev, it's not so much that they don't cut any worse, that the DMTs don't cut any worse. They just don't last as long, and you don't get the same feedback. I don't like the edge that I get on those anywhere near as much as I like the edge that I get on these diamond stones here, which are, like I said, these are the Vinev, and this is the 100, the 100 and 400. And here, just so you can see, they're splash and go. So you just, so I can do the same thing and I get a better feedback, and this stone will absolutely last longer because as opposed to just having diamond stuck to the surface of it, this has diamond all the way through it as like a matrix. It's like a centered diamond. So these are ones that are really good. They're easy to maintain. They feel a lot more like that. But these have a tendency to load up with softer steels, which is why on steels like this, I use these aluminum oxides. So I'm gonna build a little bit more slurry on this. You can see I jammed that stone in there, corner of it, and absolutely put a gouge in my stone. So now I've got to flatten that out. It's not going to cause a problem. How much is Big Brown Basket? I don't know. They're expensive. I've looked. They're expensive. And I just can't justify it. Not sharpening as much as I had been. I just can't justify it. So now that gouge that I put in that is a nice soft rounded gouge. It's not like a chip that has hard edges. So as I go over it, it's not going to cause me the problems that a chip on my corner would. I have got to do something. We have sharpened enough that I have so much liquid underneath this platform here, underneath this drawer material. And this is why I do it, because it allows it to drop through. I've got to wipe this all down. That's just too wet. It's dripping on my feet. I didn't want it up there. Damn it. It's up in my little knick-knack area. So, but no, I've got to wipe that off. It's just too much. Too much liquid, too much nastiness. Here's the thing, that like the Big Brown Bear's stones are going to last way longer than any of the others. And they are such an aggressive, oops, sorry. Did not mean to drop that and make all that noise. They are a much more aggressive cutting stone. They are just the best stones. I've used them when he had them at the one knife show. They are truly, truly great, great, great sharpening stones. I just can't afford them. So I have to do a lot. I'm going to have to do a lot of work on this because the scratch pattern is so coarse off of those. Here's another thing about these pull-throughs. Can you see how the pull-through has divoted out right here? You see that shiny spot right there? Well, that's because the teeth have cut down in, so it's thinner here in this area because that pull-through has removed material here that you didn't want to remove. So just a reminder, if you're just joining, please drop a like. I see people drop in and leave, drop in and leave. Oh. All right, I'll take you guys with me. Quick intermission. I got up into my knick-knack area. It got up into here where I keep all the stuff. It's up there where I keep all the stuff that you guys send me. Never seen anyone sharpen like that. You mean freehand sharpen? I'm going to make more coffee. We're going to go in and have a cup of coffee. I've done videos about this, the freehand sharpening that I do, how I do it, a bunch of times. I'm surprised that you haven't. Jared freehand sharpens like this as well. Need more coffee. I think I'm gonna go low rent though. I absolutely have. I'm gonna do it. You know I'm gonna do it. Quick sponsor spot. Coffee Brand Coffee. Money back guarantee. If you don't like the coffee, if you don't like the tea, they will give you your money back. And I have to say that this should be a Schedule narcotic. This should be like a Schedule 1 narcotic. But that's not what I'm going to make right now because I just need coffee. I'm not trying to just have like the best cup of coffee in the house. And I'm doing it in my Keurig. I'm going to use the good old Kirkland's 100% Colombian dark roast. If you're going to go with Vinev and you can't wait, the Phoenix ones will be back in stock. You don't have to get the Dragon ones. I have not. I got those as a gift. Those Vinev stones that I have, and I can't read the comments without my reading glasses. I apologize. I'm old enough that I can't get close to anything and still be able to see it. The Vinev stones were great. The ones that I have are great. I think that the Big Brown Bear one is the ones he sells. The 1000 grit is like $400 just for that one stone. So, ooh, come on, coffee. So, 113 minutes we've been doing this, guys. You would think. So, I want to tell you guys something. Now, I don't want you to think this is a call to, I want you guys to drop super chats. If you guys want to support the channel, please, if you're going to drop a super chat, think about, like somebody dropped a $20 super chat, think about joining the membership. You get much more out of it. You get much more out of it than you do if you just, like, I appreciate it when you guys do drop, like, super chats and things like that, but I much more enjoy being able to interact with everybody on the Gilded server when you're a paying member. So, but you can support the channel a bunch of ways. Like I said, the Coffee Brand Coffee supports the channel. I've got all kinds of purchase links down below. If you're looking for knives, you can always reach out to me in the comments section, and I will provide you a specific link to a knife if you can wait long enough for me to read a comment. I have made a good bit of money this month on stuff that got released and just putting out links. So if you want to support the channel and you want to buy and you're going to buy something, I just appreciate if you use my affiliate links. There you go. There's my spiel for right now. Let's go ahead and taking an intermission. If you've got some questions while we're on our way back out there, I've got my coffee now. We can turn these. I get yelled at every time for these lights being left on, and 100% is my daughter. Grab my rag, grab my coffee, head back out to the sharpening bench, and we'll finish up sharpening those things. I also have an Amazon store. Meant to mention that. So I'm getting a call from somebody I don't recognize. So when I was saying all that water I cleaned up, it was getting everywhere. Like I was getting wet socks. So hang on a second. Get you back up here. It's a Keurig. The Keurig usually does do it pretty quick. Let me get this turned on and plug you all back in and make sure the battery doesn't die while we're doing this. So if I was gonna make the more expensive coffee, I absolutely would have grabbed the as we call it, the coffee bong. I have one of those gravity siphon vacuum siphon coffee pots. It's absolutely awesome. It'll take cheap coffee and make it taste good. It blooms your coffee. It keeps it at the perfect temperature. It gets it just about the way you want it. Okay. Somebody was saying that they had never seen anyone sharpen like this. That surprises me. Unless they were talking about me with the stone up here, which is just easier so it doesn't slide around. Coffee Brand Coffee does do K-Cups, but they only do like the medium and dark roast. They don't have all of their other ones. If you're going to do K-Cups, I would recommend getting, just because I do like to be environmentally sound, get the reusable. They have the reusable filters on their website. They're pretty good. I have some ones that I bought somewhere else that that are pretty good. But the Coffee Brand Coffee flavors do not come in their K-Cups. I actually find that the gravity, or that the vacuum siphon does a better job than a French press, because you don't lose the temperature. The temperature stays more constant because it keeps it at a constant temperature for brewing. So I gotta hang this rag up. So it stays at a constant temperature as it's pulling it up through. It stays at the right temperature as it goes through the entire brew process, and it doesn't get cold. Like a French press does during the 3-minute brew. So you brew it the same amount of time as you do on a French press. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe maybe I'll show you guys how that works when we get done with this knife, because I'm going to absolutely want more coffee. So let's see. I'm gonna wipe this off. So yeah, you can see here where there's a spot where that edge. I'm not sure 100% whether it's from the grinder or if it was from the if it was ground wrong, or if it's from the pull through. Is it a percolator? No, it's not a percolator. So it has a. I'll show you later. You can look it up, a vacuum siphon. It's got it doesn't percolate through. It keeps the water at the same temperature, and all the water forces its way up through the filter into the coffee, and it bubbles up for 3 minutes and then drops back down and pulls the grounds through the filter. So it's not a percolator. It's a little bit different. It's almost like a pour over, but not quite. But like I said, there is a there's a spot here where the bevel is really, really thin. And that's because there's an issue with either the fact that they used a pull through or that it was ground incorrectly. I'm going to go ahead and say I think it was just misground from the factory. Gotta be quick. Gotta be quick or you cut yourself. There you go. Bubbles got the disc. Yeah, Bubbles got the Coffee Brand Coffee. Oh, that's right. You got the one. I forgot. That code that he just put up for Coffee Brand Coffee has my discount code built in. You can save 5%. Let's see how we look on this. I think we're pretty consistent. We're sharp all the way down. We're ready to go to the next stone. Like I said, I will stay here and do this I have to do this anyway. I got to sharpen these knives anyway. I may as well just do them all now. I did not wipe that stone off. So like I said, if you're going to keep your stones on something like this where I'm not trying to get like a super mirror polish, if you're keeping your stones, they're all in the same basin over here. You've seen me do it. You can see that the water's cloudy. That's grit from these stones. It is in there. But if you're just wiping them off or rinsing them off real good, and then you're going to build a slurry with your Nagura stone anyway, on something like this where we're not trying to get up to like a mirror polish or anything like that, absolutely fine. If this was a customer that wanted something to go all the way up to like 8 or 10,000 grit with a mirror polish, I would have two basins. I would have the rinse basin and then the clean basin. I just don't have that much room while I'm filming. If I wasn't trying to film this, I would use more space. I have a second basin for that purpose. One is a soak and off in that, leave them sit, then wipe them off real good, and then put them in a rinse basin. And I would change that rinse water pretty regularly. My back itches. Hang on, I'm trying to scratch my back. So, just verifying that I had stopped on the same side. There was not much of a burr, but enough to lead me to know which side I finished on. I try to always finish on the same side so I know which side to start with every time. It's a habit that you form. It allows you to not have to think about which side of the knife you're going to start on when you finish. So if I was to finish and go in, I would make sure I finished on this pass and then put that away. I would put that down, and that way I could come back if I had to run or answer a phone or something like that, so I could come back and know that I'm going to pick it up. The other way to know too is if you've got your slurry has built up on the side of the knife, because it will work its way up. Whichever side's a little bit cleaner and has less water on it is probably the side that you finished on, so you start on the one with more water. Like I said, no pressure. I'm not pushing down with these two fingers. They're just there as a guide to keep the knife consistent, make sure it doesn't ride. Because if you're just doing it freehand like this, you can. It's just more comfortable. And you'll be able to feel, you'll feel more from the stone and from the knife and everything. So, like I said, finished going that way, always come back. I know which way to start. Just looking to see what my scratch pattern looks like, and we still got a little bit more to go. If you're fighting, if you find areas that you're fighting getting your scratch pattern, like I said, if you have a specific area where you're not getting the scratch pattern removed the way you would like, absolutely go back to the stone below, because what will happen is your coarser grit will mask the scratch pattern, and sometimes you can't see a low spot until you're done. Yeah, our mods are able to drop links in and they still work. I have it set so only mods can drop links, because people were dropping links to adult websites and to scam sites and stuff like that, and too many of my live feeds. So I have it set up only my moderators can drop links. So, but what I was saying is, like, so you'll have a low spot and you can't see it because the grit on that it stands up hard enough. It can get into the low spot and mask that area. And then when you get to a higher grit where the grit is not as tall and you're flat on the stone, that low spot stays up high, which basically, like, it would be a high spot in the steel, but a low spot in the grind. And you can't touch it with the finer grit. So you don't get that scratch pattern removed. So if you're having that problem, sometimes it's better to just go down a stone than to try and remove that scratch pattern. Now, I don't have that problem on this. I'm just stating that that's something you can run into. This is another reason I put my fingers on. This is a very thin, flexible blade. Fillet knives are really bad. I actually jammed a fillet knife all the way from here to here through my hand. It helps prevent some of that flex. It keeps the knife more stable because I'm spreading my fingers out on a thinner knife, and it's going to provide me more constant pressure on that instead of the blade flexing towards the tip. It's going to kind of keep it more stable along the entire length of the edge. So just a little bit more on this and then we should be good. It's about time to flip this. I think we're ready to go on to the next. What did you want to link to, Nathan? Kurt Dunk, I feel like I'm going to wind up down a rabbit hole. Kurt, if you are interested in, if you're looking for anything in particular, feel free to reach out to me and I can point you in a direction of something that might save you a little bit of money. There are really good options for a lot of stuff on the market that don't cost as much. Sometimes the brand name stuff, it gets thrown out there, and you wind up with something that costs more than you need. These stones right here are much cheaper than a lot of other stones that I've used, and they're absolutely better than a lot of them. For some things, like I said, I'm not going to try and sharpen S90V or S30V or S110V or M390 on these. So Carlton Banks is here. What's up, Carlton? So once again, if you're just dropping in, please drop a like. Hey, there's my other rag. That works. Just put that there. We're on our final stone for this one. We're going to keep going. If you guys want to hang out, there's still 22 people here. I just got a cup of coffee, so. My wife will be home in about an hour and a half. So if we're not done by then, I will have to help her carry in stuff. She brings home groceries. My daughter is on a very specific diet as an athlete. And so there's a lot of stuff that we have to buy that is extremely perishable that just only lasts a couple days. So there's some things we just have to buy like every day. So she comes home with a couple bags of things every day. So I might have to help her carry that in because she has a bad back as well. Knives are a deep rabbit hole. I absolutely agree, SD420. I will say that there's some options. You guys are going to see a video about this before too long. This has been in and out of my pocket. This is that Remet that came in. You saw the unboxing. I have not filmed the first impressions, first day in pockets, because I've just been so busy with the diagnostic thing. I absolutely love this. This is like a $40 knife. I absolutely love this, and it's great for what it is. So we're on that 6,000 grit stone. Feels really good. So that's the other thing. The feedback from the stone, you're going to feel if there's like chips and things in the knife, you're going to feel points where it drags. And I don't feel that. It's nice and smooth. It's like I'm running it on a piece of wet newspaper. To tell you the truth, that's what it kind of feels like. It just feels soft. I know that sounds weird, but like there's just things that like, if I was to ask Jared, I was like, oh yeah, it's nice and smooth. It just feels soft on that stone. Guys that are sharpened, they'll know exactly what I mean. He might say it different, but he's going to know what I mean. Do a couple quick deburr passes and see. It doesn't take a lot on that stone. That is one of the more aggressive. Wow, that is so sharp. We gave a quick strop. I think we might be done on this one. Let me give it a quick look under some bright light. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's go ahead and give it a quick strop and then test it on some newspaper. Or phone book paper. And that's a sharp steak knife. Let's go ahead. Is there anything else in this box that's cool that we could do? Let's see. The rest are just steak knives. I mean, they're going to be basically the same. I can show you how to do a pair of scissors. Scissors are fun because scissors really don't take a lot. Scissors are pretty easy usually. So you just want a fairly coarse stone. Scissors are easy. We'll just do this real quick. And then you just find your angle to where that marries. And then you just do a couple passes there, and you don't even worry about knocking off the burr. And then you go back to this side, and you find your angle on that. And then you look at the flat of it, because typically they're ground almost flat. And then first time you close it, you knock the burr off, and then you're going to repeat the process a couple times. And all I'm doing is I'm looking to see that I've got that on that stone. And then you hear that? Now I've married that edge back up, and those should be those are pretty sharp. So that's all there is to scissors. Scissors are simple. A lot of people charge too much for scissors. Now, scissors are different than shears. Now, scissors versus beautician's shears, the expensive ones, those are definitely different. You take those apart, you take them apart, and you sharpen them just like you would a knife. It's like sharpening two knives. But something like this, where you're just hitting that very, very edge right there and knocking all that off, and there, knocking all that off. There you go. Those scissors are sharp. A lot of people would charge you way too much to sharpen those scissors. Way, 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 way too much. So let's grab another one of them steak knives. I'll keep doing this if you guys want to keep hanging out. There's like 20 people here. I was looking for a soft Arkansas stone for my 154 CM and 14C28. Curious about other options. Both of those will sharpen really well on aluminum oxide stones. 14C28N, I've done all of my 14C28N knives that I own on these stones right here. And this just is this 3-stone setup just winds up being a really, really good edge. This is 14C28N. I did this on these stones. It winds up being a very, very good, aggressive edge, which is what I like. And S35VN as well. My Sabenza has been done on these. And these, even though this is a 6,000 grit, it's not like 6,000 grit like you're going to get a big time mirror polish on these. You're going to get a very usable, oh yeah, steak knives are always bad. Can you guys see that edge shine? Yeah, it's not supposed to be like that. Let's go ahead. We're going to have to take another quick intermission. I'll take you guys with me. I have got to change out the water in this basin, and I need to rinse this out. So let's dump this in here, and I'll grab you guys, take you with me. I'll wipe this off. And there's a reason If you see how dirty that water is, we've reached a point where now we're not cleaning anything. That is just dirt upon dirt upon dirt. So I actually don't think this was charging. It was plugged in, but it's not charging. I had to take my hat off because I was hitting the camera with the bill of my hat. So let me go get this door propped open, and I'll take you guys with me. Civivi is killing it with the, all of the Ray Laconico designs. Every Laconico design is a great design. I have yet to find a Laconico that I did not like. What grit for RWL 34? I typically only go to 1,000 grit for RWL 34. And then it is one of those ones that has a super, super fine, super clean grain structure. So that when you're doing, look at how dirty all that is. Let me get these lights turned back on. So that all that grit is in there, is in this water. So now we reach the point where there's just so much mud and slurry that has built up in here that we have to rinse this. That chopstick is rolling around making noise. So, what was that? One of those Sakokis. I can understand being concerned about spending too much. Question is, do you want a specific knife or just want something that fills a niche? I just did a video. You probably didn't get a notification about it. I just did a video yesterday that went up that was picking the perfect knife, and it talks into that, and I never once talked about cost. Go find that video. If you guys did not see that video, go find it. Yesterday's video, I put a lot of work into that one. There was a lot of work that went into, like, I scripted that one out and wrote down all the things that play into not just picking a knife at the store, but picking a knife out of your collection. Spyderco is way better than Civivi. I have to disagree a lot of times that the Spyderco stuff has come poorly done. They still make some really good knives, don't get me wrong, but a lot of the Spyderco stuff has come out slipshod and poorly done. So I'm gonna rinse these stones off real quick. I'm still watching you guys' comments. I'm over here, but I'll bring it when I get these stones rinsed, and then start looking at the water. I'll show you why we're rinsing, because it reaches a point where you're getting so much grit contamination that you're not. It's just worthless to even try and rinse in what you've got. So I will admit, Spyderco is more expensive. So let's dump this out. So you're gonna see what lurks in the basin. That is all stone material that we removed. And it's just mud. So that's basically all that slurry is a mud that you've formed. So we're not cleaning them up. The aluminum oxide's good for a lot of the steels. Now, like I said, if you're gonna be doing like S30V and above, I absolutely recommend moving up to some diamond stones. Absolutely recommend moving up to the diamond stones for those materials where you're going to have something that's going to be, not that it's hard enough that the aluminum oxide won't cut it, it's wear resistant enough, it's going to just destroy those stones. And if you're going to be doing a lot of sharpening of those type steels, get some good quality diamonds. I'm not, Jared and I have disagreed in the past about, like, I'm going to say that a lot of the time that most people, like, people talk about carbide tear out, and people talk about the carbide shattering like Jared does. And it's a thing, but the problem is by the time you reach that point, a lot of people will have already noticed that their edge is starting to get bad. And will have already sharpened it. Even if you did use those stones and you didn't have the carbide shattering and the carbide tear out, you're going to start to notice that it doesn't perform as well. And most people are going to already have taken a step to do some edge maintenance. And that now we have a problem. We've reached impasse. I have got to take this basin back out. Okay, we're good. You've already reached a point where you're going to start maintaining that knife. And yeah, maybe not. Maybe some people won't. If you're doing anything in the super steel range, absolutely. Garbage truck, absolutely you do need diamond stones. You absolutely do. For these fairly cheap kitchen knives, no. It's not a mandatory thing for a lot of the steels that a lot of people are sharpening. Let me get you guys plugged in. And in the right position. And we can, there we go. Now, yeah, like I said, Bubbles put up my affiliate link with Dollstrong where you can grab these. I like these stones for a number of reasons. It's not just because they sent them to me or anything like that. It's absolutely that these stones cut really well. They're easy to maintain. They have held up. They don't require as much soak time as other stones. And the larger stones are easier to work with. You've got more surface area. Like a narrower stone, you've got more working area. And so therefore you get more out of each pass. Like this knife is going to require some work. And see, we have another area here that has a really low spot. That might be something that we're going to have to make multiple passes, and we may have to use my diamond stones again. We shall see. And I need to fill this up with some water. I just grabbed some water. It's just plain tap water. And like I said, if you're just joining, please drop a like. But what you can do is, if you're doing higher carbon steel, like D2 or something like that, put a little bit of baking soda in your water, and it'll prevent some of that oxidation you get. So we're back to the 400 grit stone. We're going to see how this does on this, if it's cutting fast enough to allow us to not have to. I think we're probably going to have to use a diamond. Maybe we'll use that smaller diamond because it definitely gives you more of a feel. Back to like I said about the Vinev diamond stones. This absolutely, this stone absolutely gives you more of a feel of an actual like water stone than the other stones, and it's going to be almost as aggressive as that Atoma. It's just a lot smaller, and the thing that you got to worry about if you're doing it like this, which just like doing it down here, the angle stays the same. The issue you run into is the flex of this blade. Like I said, this is exactly how I stabbed myself. I was making passes on the stone, and I came off the stone going this way, and I came off the stone and slipped off the stone and went right into my hand. So it takes a good bit of concentration, but you can see I'm removing a significant amount of material on this stone. Just because this is a smaller stone does not mean that you can't do it. These are the stones that I pack when I go camping. Are those two stones, because they're double-sided, so I get 4 stones out of it. And these are splash and go. You don't have to soak these. Now, they're not going to be great for getting like a good consistent scratch pattern, but you see there's a lot of material I have to remove off of that.
Hit the like button, guys. It says there's 16 people here and only 50, well, 16 people here and 50 likes. I don't know. It's weird. So I'm just putting a fresh edge on this. So on some knives, you can get away with just touching up the existing edge and going through the scratch pattern. But on something like this absolutely has no edge. Yeah, the Dahlstrong knives are great. I have several. They have sent me several of Dahlstrong knives, and I just haven't been able to film them the way I want. I owe them videos. I owe Dahlstrong videos about those. So you can see we've still got that bad spot right there, that bad chip, and you can see there's a little bit of material right there, but I can knock it away. Yeah. So can you see that little wire that is now hanging off? Yeah. So what we're going to do is dink it into the handle on our coffee cup, just for good measure, just to make sure it knows it's there. And then we're going to grab my actual diamond plate. We'll grab my actual diamond plate. We're going to do the same thing with this that we're doing on the other one. This needs a quick rinse out because we've used it a couple times. And I'll be completely cleaning this after. Depending on what's going on, maybe if you guys all stick around, you'll get to see flattening these stones after. I've done a couple videos about flattening. It's really easy. I have this whole big glass top on my workbench, which comes in handy for it. It's the best way to do it. Simply to tell you how I do this. So these stones, I take this whole big flat glass plate that's underneath, and I have, for different types of stones, I have different abrasives. I have aluminum oxide for my diamond stones. You never use the same thing for, like, I would not use aluminum oxide to flatten these. It's just not going to work. So this aluminum oxide for my diamond stones, like these Vinev stones. So all I'm doing is I'm removing material around it so the material drops off and I have a new fresh clean layer of diamond on these. This is for a different stone that I have. This is basically beach sand on a super, super coarse. And then this is silica carbide, which is what I use on these stones. So basically all I do is I just take this mat off, I wet the bench, and I put down a layer of silica carbide, and then I take the stone and I flip it down and I move it in circles, and I make a crosshatch pattern on it so I can see where the low spots are, and I knock the high spots down on this perfectly flat piece of glass. It's the easiest way to do it. It's the best way to do it. It works really well. You can buy silica carbide and aluminum oxide for your stones easily at most of your abrasive places. And then I got this as beach sand. This is just beach sand that I gathered up for a different stone that I have that is not out here, and I'm not going to go grab it. So that's the best way to do it. You can also use, I'm just taking a quick break, just a quick breather. You can also use one of these, a lapping stone. This just takes a lot longer in my opinion, and these stones are so hard. This doesn't quite work as well as I would like. I got the garage door open. But it works really well for other stones. So there's a lot of different ways you can do it, but it is an essential part of the entire process. Let's see what that looks like now. I just want to see how much scratch pattern. Yeah, we're going to have to just go. We're going to have to stay on this one for a while. So I'm not really trying to so much sharpen on this stone. I'm taking everything off. This is sheer brute force. I am just resetting the edge on this. This is not, like, I'm not counting strokes or anything like that. I'll even that out. I'm just trying to evenly remove a bunch of material really fast. And you can see that that's what we're doing. You can see all this black stuff that's forming. I'm just removing that material. Kurt Duncan, you take it easy. I'm sorry if I'm not catching all you guys' comments. I don't know if anybody's dropped a super chat. I can't tell because I'm not watching over there. If I missed any of your comments, I apologize. Hopefully one of the other guys can get you an answer. What am I sharpening? Just some steak knives for some friends that were in really, really bad shape. And so I was just going through the basics of, you can use aluminum oxide and things like that. When are we gonna, Cole? When am I gonna get to collect on that that rent check for the live feed? I'm just resetting the edge on this because it's got some really, really bad chips and stuff in it. pretty blunt at the tip too, but steak knives are always going to be bad. You can, but the aluminum oxide seems to do better. I don't know what, I don't know what it is about using the silica carbide powder on the diamond stones. It doesn't work as well as using the aluminum oxide. And I think it's because the silica carbide tries to interface with the diamond, and the aluminum oxide's really, really fine. Way finer than the silica carbide, because what I'm not trying to remove the diamond, I'm trying to remove the layer of material the diamond is in. So, oops, somebody did drop, hey, thanks, Cole, I appreciate it. So I'm not trying to cut the diamond. On this, I'm cutting with the silica carbide, I'm cutting all of it. On this, all I'm trying to do is remove the layer of material that the diamond is set in, and it just seems to work better, and you get a better end result. Drop a like, guys. If you're just dropping in, drop a like. It helps with the algorithm. So I can actually feel that burr breaking off as we go. And if you look, okay, so that low spot here that was chipped away, I absolutely can see that that's pretty much gone. So we're going to jump back down onto this stone. And I'll just leave that out because there's several more of those. How is this angle for you guys? Is this all screwed up again? Let's see. I gotta take my hat back off. I keep bumping into the thing. Yeah, we're removing a lot of material now that we've got that scratch pattern. So the other thing about this was, I'll tell you right now. So that was done, this was done through one of those pull-through ceramic rods, and it's really flat this way. There's no actual scratch pattern, and this stone was not interfacing with that slick steel as well. And so once you get that coarser scratch pattern in, this can interface with that a lot better and remove that material. So there is a lot of things at play in sharpening. And like I said, keep flipping your stones so that you get, I'm a ray of fucking sunshine. So you get the most use out of that stone. And pretty much all of, like I said, all the stones I'm using, you can find at Dollstrong with my affiliate link down below. They're actually a channel sponsor. They have sent me so much. They've provided me with these stones. I got several other knives. What do we got here? So there's a spot here that I have not got a burr, which tells me that I may have to go down further back down with that diamond plate to even that out. Oh no, it's good. It's good. It's good. I can see the scratch pattern. Let's see. Steak knives typically aren't going to, like, I'm going to put all this work into it, and the first time somebody uses this on a ceramic plate, it's going to be ruined. You're going to hear me say it a lot, but if you're just dropping in right now, drop a like. It'll help push us up the algorithm and pushes people to this feed. The more likes you get on, like, as people drop likes, you'll see more people show up. So the more likes, the more better. What are we talking that? I have not seen that knife yet, Cole, I don't think. Are you still here, Cole? I have a question for you. Do you have a, shit, now I can't think of it. The one that they always have on Cutlery Corner, the custom, you guys want to know what's in my pocket today? the PMP. And I was on the fence when I first opened it because I had to do the unboxing. And I was like, I opened the box and I'm like, ah, shit. I'm going to hate this. Put it in my hand. I was like, oh my goodness. That thing is slicing paper towel sharp out of box. Like it came that way from the factory. Trash truck's coming. I can feel a weird spot on this. 25 people and 53 likes. Keep hitting the like. Keep hitting it. Keep hitting it. Don't know about Cole, but Kurt left something about dropping the kids off and picking them up at school. Yeah. I know that Kurt said that. I'm doing all these knives with a bit of a right-hand bias. I think we are ready to move on to the next stone. Which, of course, is all the way at the bottom. Why would I do it in an order that made sense? Build our slurry. Yeah, I'm still alive. Well, I figured I may as well get them views. Sorry, garbage truck. I may as well get them views. I was going to do this anyway. I didn't feel like filming today because the things, like the way I have to, like, I don't feel good. I'm not going to lie. That colonoscopy was, not that the colonoscopy was painful, but I have so much inflammation in my lower intestine that just the camera going in and out, I don't feel like filming. Like I can do this is fine, and I can read comments and stuff, that's easy, but to sit down and think about how I want to film something and all, I just don't want to. And then the editing, I would have to sit down for the whole time. So I have enough videos to make it through till Saturday. I'm going to film a bunch of stuff Saturday, and then I have to talk with my doctor about scheduling the actual surgery. So a lot of people question like my sharpening and stuff like that, but if Cole is still here, he can attest to how terrifyingly sharp I got his other. You're turning 35. I turned 49 in just short order. I am almost 50. I left for boot camp 30 years ago. Like I have a buddy that was in town, one of my boot camp buddies, and we were talking about it. I was like, we left for boot camp 30 years ago. Actually, 31, because I was in Japan. I left for Japan July of 93. No, June of 1993. I left for Japan. So we're coming up on 30 years ago that I left for Japan. So I went to boot camp 31 years ago, if you can believe that shit. Actually longer than that, because I was 17 when I joined the military. You feel your age now? Wait till you're my age. I wake up every morning and I feel like I was in an accident, like I was in a rollover accident. I was like, what the fuck was I dreaming about? No, that's right. That's right. I left, yeah, because I'm just turning 49. Yeah, no, that's right. 31 years ago. Check your corners for chips. I'm feeling something weird. It's not a chip. I think there's something on the stone. A piece of fabric or something has gotten on the stone, and I can feel the knife bumping over it. Norton sells aluminum oxide for 30 bucks. Seems cheap. Yeah, they're not good aluminum oxide. There's a big difference. Are you talking aluminum oxide powder? I hate this guy. That dude is way too fat to be on that bike. That bike is like, get the fuck off. Yeah, that was just, okay, now that I've rubbed it around and flipped it, there's just something, I think it's a piece of cotton fiber or something on the stone, and I can feel the knife bouncing off of it. And that'll give you a false indication of a chip on your stone. Are you talking aluminum oxide powder, or are you talking stone? Norton actually sells some pretty good aluminum oxide stones. They're not bad. That is very acutely sharp. So let's do a couple more just real quick. Light burr removal passes. Yeah, you can see that's what it was, just a piece of cotton fiber. And the knife will just bounce over it. Yep, there we go. And now on to the 6,000 grit. So now we're at how many knives now? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and a pair of scissors that I've sharpened. And we'll just keep going. I'm enjoying this. I haven't gotten to sharpen. I'm going to tell you guys, I have not gotten to sharpen anything in a while. And it has been, if you guys know, I love sharpening. My shoulder's been problematic. This I don't think is going to bother me too much. I'm not doing it in a fashion where it's going to cause too many problems. And the shoulder's been pretty good. So like I said, if you guys are looking to get stuff sharpened, I know Jared closed his books. I'm going to open mine up. So it's going to be a case-by-case basis. I don't want to get too much stuff in at any given time. But yeah, just hit me up and I'll start doing these feeds. See, this was in a magnetic. Remember me talking about the magnets? Did you see all that metal that had built up? This had been in a magnetic holder of some sorts. Aluminum oxide stones. Oh, okay. Well, Norton has some good ones. And Norton's, I'm not going to say Norton stones aren't good. They don't last as long. They're not as tightly bound as something like this. And these aren't technically, these are corundum, which is a more vitrified form of aluminum oxide. It's a little bit different. That's why they sound, if you listen to how they sound, check it out. Most aluminum oxide stones don't sound like that. These are very, very, very hard aluminum oxide. So you get a little bit more out of these. They don't break down as quickly. Like if I was using like some really cheap aluminum oxide stones, I would probably have needed to stop and flatten at some point. I can show you a quick flattening. Since there's 18 people here, if you guys want to see a quick flattening on these, I'll show you how it works. And I'll just use that. I'll use that, the plate. I'll use the plate. So all you do, this is how I do it. Is I use this to stir my coffee, but I also use this for one specific purpose. And you're going to do this cross mark across. And what that's going to tell you is, I'm going to take this plate. Now, I might not flatten it all the way. I'm just going to give you a quick, because I don't need to. I'm going to take this. And any areas where it stays are low spots. So this stone is pretty flat. So there's no real low spots on that, because I've been really careful about utilizing the entire stone, but that's all you're going to do. And so I needed the colonoscopy, and they had to do a biopsy. So there's a chance that I might have some start of colon cancer. So they took some biopsies. I'm not going to worry about it too much. kind of was short with everybody on the live feed on Monday, and then I cut it off and then I deleted it because I was really, I'm really concerned. Not so much that I'm concerned for my own health, but I'm concerned about what happens if something happens to me with my wife and daughter. There's a lot of problems that we haven't addressed. Insurance, the kids' college, all those things. So yeah, we're gonna give this a couple more passes. And now I don't have to build a slurry because technically I just built a slurry by removing that top layer of material. But that's what you do. That's the best way. And like I said, I've been real careful to try and use the whole stone. Every time I'm using these sharpening stones, I use the whole stone. I try not to get deep gouges. I'm building a slurry in between, and it definitely, see there's some gouges there. But if I was to, oh well, here we go with the jets flying over. This is another reason that I had thought about not filming today. When I started up this morning and I was setting up, the jets were flying over, but we've been lucky. They have not flown over a lot during our live sharpening session. Yeah, there we go. That's the feel I'm looking for. It feels consistent and, like I said, soft almost. The sound has changed. It's a consistent low murmur on the stone as opposed to a louder, coarser, grating, abrasive sound. So I'm pretty sure we just do a couple burr removal passes here. And once again, thanks to the guys that did drop super chats. I definitely appreciate that. It's like, financially, it's great. But like I said, you can also get into a membership on this channel for the same price as a super chat. Okay, that looks good. We're gonna hit it on strop, and then I will run it across. I'll run it through some, oh, that sounds great on the strop. And then we'll cut some card or some newspaper with it. Yep, we're good on that one. So let's go ahead and grab another one. We'll just keep going. I got to sharpen on. There's 4 more in this box. And they're all pretty bad. Look at that. This one's got a wrecked handle even. If these were more expensive knives, I would offer to rehandle these for him because I can see where the rivets are and everything. And I have the Kirby bolts or the Kirby screws that I could put in here. And I could basically make new handles for these. But these are not. These are just some of your cheap plastic handled Wusthoffs. And just so you guys know, those knives were made in the same town Solingen, Germany. I guarantee that they're not made in Solingen, Germany. I do believe that these are made in the same town as the Dahlstrom knives. So back to this diamond plate, because this is another we'll just go ahead and put this stone back in the water. Let it stay in the water until we're ready for it. This is another very, very chipped and wrecked edge. I have to take off a lot of material. As a matter of fact, you know what we're going to do? We're going to clean this stone first, because we haven't done that yet, and it had been used a couple times. So I'll take you in with me, and I'm going to clean that stone up real quick. I'm going to grab this barkeeper's friend. Sorry. I'm not wearing my hat because I keep hitting it. So all you're going to do with this is, and I have the brush that hangs up right here. For these Atoma diamond plates, you want to rinse them off real quick. See how much material we removed off of that? And then you just put a little bit of the barkeeper's friend on it. Sorry. And then just brush it. Now, the barkeeper's friend has a little bit of acid in it that's going to remove any oxides that form, and the abrasive that's in it is going to get down in between the diamonds and clean it out. And that's all it takes right there. Rinse that. And then, if you look at it, see how much cleaner it looks? See how much different the diamonds look now? How much more reflection you get off of them? We'll bring it up here in the better light. But you can see now all those spaces in there that had been filled with gunk and grime and stuff have now been cleaned out. And I've absolutely got to go grab that barkeeper's friend before my wife flips out that I left something in the sink when she comes home from work. Give me a second. I'm coming right back. Barkeeper's friend goes back on the shelf. Goes back on the shelf. So let's go ahead. 16 people, 18 people, 54 likes. Keep dropping likes. Keep dropping likes. Or drop a dislike. I don't care. It affects the channel the same way. Yeah, you can hear that has got more abrasion to it, abrasiveness, if you will, more cutting horsepower, because we've cleaned out the gaps in between the diamonds. So don't use any pressure, guys. No pressure. You don't want to use any pressure. Let the abrasive do its work. A lot of people will do that, and especially on these diamond plates, because there's only one layer of diamond here. There's only one layer of diamond. Unlike these diamond stones where there's diamond impregnated all the way through that black layer or that brown layer, the diamond is in there and you can flatten that out and you've got fresh diamond. Once these diamonds are gone, they are not anymore, and you have to either the whole new stone, or on the case of this one, you just peel this top layer off as it's a film and just put a new one on. So a lot of material to remove off of this. So even if I don't get this edge super consistent on this, when I put it on my stone and I set the actual edge, I can. This is more akin to using a file than it is a sharpening stone. This is absolutely for reprofiling, edge repair, things like that. I actually just don't dislike that broken. It's broken at the right angle where it just acts like a finger choil on that. That's actually not as problematic as I thought it was going to be in the sharpening. It's not bothering me at all. I was like, oh, that's gonna be sharp and bother me. I was like, it is not. It's oddly comforting and comfortable. Same thing on this. You want to use as much of the stone as you can so you're not wearing out your diamonds in one area as much. This Atoma diamond plate, I think there's a link to it in the description, but this has held up incredibly well compared to some of the others. I don't like the DMT plates. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't like them. They don't hold up as well as I think they should. They wear out really fast. This has held up better than any of the diamond sharpening plates that I've had. And I think it's because the diamond's not just evenly distributed. It's in clusters. They are in individual clusters, and it gives it a much more aggressive, it's just more aggressive in the sharpening. So all I'm trying to do is just remove any fatigued steel from banging into stuff. So I think we've gotten that big nasty chip out. I don't see any other big major issues with that. Just knock that nasty burr off so it's not digging into my stone. Put this off to the side here. Another drink of my coffee. The last drink of my coffee, I should say. Oh, I just splashed water all over myself. Okay. Let's see. Just wanted to make sure I've got that burr pretty even. All right. I did not build a slurry. You guys let me forget. Even I. Even I forget from time to time. Where's everybody going? We're not done yet. There's only 10 people here. Bubbles is here still. Okay, there is, so this is what I'm talking about. Fatigued steel. So we saw we got rid of that chip that was here, right? And now, if you look real close, as I'm hitting it on this finer stone, it has come back. So I think that's an area of fatigued metal. We'll see if we can remove it on here, but if it continues to break away, what we'll do is we'll go back to the coarser stone and just take off more of the underlying material. Are we having, are you guys having problems with the video being glitchy? I'm surprised we have not had internet issues yet. Let's see here. Oh, hang on a second, guys. You know what I didn't do? I have to check something. I don't think that I scheduled today's video. Let me see. Do I have something scheduled for today? Trying to see if I scheduled today's video. I do not believe I did. Allow me a moment. Well, we'll do this for a little bit longer, and I just have to remind myself that I have got to set up a thumbnail and everything for today's video, because I know what video it's going to be. I just have not made the thumbnail or anything for it. So we'll do this for a little bit longer. I got enough time. I got an hour, 2 hours basically. So that chip keeps returning. So I'm gonna say I think we need to go back to the coarse stone and just remove some more material, because that fatigued steel will break away if it's damaged. And you're going to see it as you go up in higher grit, but you want to catch it. Yeah, we got to go back to the coarse diamond plate. Back to the coarse diamond plate, because that's going to remove some more of that material back here. I think we just need to take off more of that material behind it that was damaged and fatigued from being stressed back and forth. I could do it on that stone, but the problem is that stone does not have near the cutting horsepower that this does, and I'm going to wear out that stone while I'm removing that material. Could I do it? Yeah. If I didn't have something like this, I could do it. Like if I could do it on 1,000 grit, you know. But going on a coarser stone that's going to allow you to remove more. Who's here? Rocky's here. What's up, Rocky? Has anybody, any of the members, I see that Rocky's here, Bubbles is here, BWD is here. Anybody been hanging out in the Gilded server today? Because I was having a hard time getting into the members server. I wanted to scrub this server or the members list, and I could not log in. So I'm just curious if any of you guys that are paying members have had a hard time getting in. When I tried to get in, it happened yesterday too. I texted Will B. He said that he had some problems getting in, but it's fine for him now. I know you live there, Rocky. So we're just going to continue to remove this material back and forth. So have you been able to get in there, Rocky? No issues getting into the server today? Because I have been unable to. Now, you're on now? Okay, no problems then. I'll have to see when I get done. I want to remove some more. It still looks funky to me back there. I think I still need to just keep removing some material. I couldn't get into the server either on my phone or on my computer. So, like I said, all I'm doing is I'm trying to remove some of this material that is, yeah, I can see it. It's trying to break away right now. I don't know how clear it's going to be for you guys. There's a little spot right here. You see it? Like it just broke away as I was doing that. I can see now that that chip has yep, right there. That chip has kind of re-emerged after I removed it. It's now back. And so that tells me that that material has been really fatigued and just will not support an edge. So we're going to keep going on this. So this one probably got slammed into something really, really hard. And has just damaged that steel to a point where it's been flexed back. It's like bending a paper clip. You can only bend a paper clip so many times before it breaks. Same thing happens with these edges. And the only thing to do, I can hear it. I literally just heard it kind of chip away. Chip away cutlery. That's a Cutlery Corner Network joke. Okay, now I think we're ready. The issue's been resolved. Good to go. I've been able to get in today. That's the thing I was saying. Like I couldn't. That's why I was asking. I had some problems yesterday and they got resolved, but today I was unable to get in. Now let's see if we're ready to. Knock that. That's looking promising, ladies and gentlemen. Looks as though we may have gotten that issue resolved. 21 people. How many people have not dropped a like? Just out of curiosity. I like seeing the like button go up every time I mention it. Let's see. It looks like it's holding up this time around. Let's flip our stone, wet it down. And like I said, you see I'm not washing the slurry off. Even though there's a lot of steel building up in that steel's not going to be a problem. That steel is not causing an issue. It is super fine powder, and it's not going to cause at all an issue with this and how it cuts, because that steel is going to be just about the same grit as the material that you're using to remove it. Oh yeah, yeah, we're good. We're good. Let's see. Let's do some quick burr removal strokes. We'll move on to the 6000 and see if we're done. Now, you can do burr removal strokes just like this, like stropping strokes. And a lot of people recommend that. I don't find that it does a better job either way. I will say, if you're trying to get a very, very fine edge, going this way, your edge is butting into the abrasive. And you can get little micro chips at the very edge if you're going up very high and fine in grit. By doing it this way, you're dragging the abrasive this way and you don't get those. But on something like a steak knife, which is going to be toothy anyway, it doesn't really matter. As long as you've removed the burr, you can either do it that way. On a super fine grit knife, like if somebody's sending me something that I'm going to sharpen up to like 10, 12, 15,000 grit, I'm absolutely going to do it that way as I get higher up in the grit. But for a steak knife, that by the time, I mean, I'm putting all this work into it, but the first time they use this knife, it's going to be dull again because it's going to hit the plate, and the plate's either going to be glass or ceramic, and it's going to ruin the edge. But hey, take pride in my work. I do it the same way, regardless of what I'm sharpening. I need to rinse that off some more. I don't trust that that's not... Like I said, not that I care too much about the grit contamination, but I also don't want a ton of 400 grit residue on this 1000 grit stone. So once again, like I said, the slurry helps do the cutting, but also what we're doing here, by doing this, we're opening up the grit and we're opening up this stone and exposing fresh abrasive every time we build that slurry. So it is a very important thing to do. These stones, like I said, being friable, they will build their own slurry, but it just, to have that slurry pre-built gives you a little additional cutting potential. Trash man. I know that's loud, sorry. If you guys are watching, if you have any questions, I'm trying to answer them in the chat. If you got any questions about anything I'm doing. Garbage day! Yeah. What movie is that from? Not you, Rocky, because I think I know he already knows. Anybody know what movie that's from? It's from an old B-rated horror movie. Waiting on an answer. 13 people here. I'm pretty sure some of you will be able to tell me. Don't cheat and look it up. You need to know it. Give you a hint. He says garbage day, and he with a very obvious cap gun. And I know it's very obvious cap gun because I used to own that same toy cap gun when I was a child. And I did the exact same thing. I drilled out the red thing in the end. It used to be when you buy a cap gun, they had they didn't have an orange cap all the way. They just had a red end that was just like stamped in. And you can just pop it right out. That's exactly what I did. If you're just joining, welcome. I am 6 knives and a pair of scissors through this sharpening. How long have I been live? 192 minutes. It's not Dennis the Menace. It's not. No, we didn't have liquor stores. I lived in a dry county. Or a dry township, I should say. It's not anymore. I was a little kid. Like, I'm talking like 8, 9 years old. And the movie I'm talking about is Silent Night, Deadly Night. He shoots the guy outside of his house. It's a very, very poor excuse for a movie. All right, I'm gonna go look at this in the sunlight and see if I got all this, because the lighting's not great here in the garage right now. Give me just a moment and I'll return. Just trying to check out my edge. We are good. That scratch pattern is completely removed. We're ready to move on to the final stone. SD Insurance is paying almost 100% of it, and I'm getting an upgrade, so Kevin and I are splitting the upgrade costs. Yeah, I saw that was horrible. What happened with your deadlock? All right. You guys almost let me forget again. Like I said, if you're interested in the sharpening stones that I'm using, there's an affiliate link to Dullstrong down below. You can find them. These are probably some of the best for the price aluminum oxide stones that you're going to get. And they're actually corundum, which is a harder form. It's the same thing that sapphires are made out of. So they're pretty good stones. So did you mean SP? Because I think it was like, I thought that was shipping pirate. I don't remember what it was that he uses. Pirate ship, PS, pirate ship, that Lefty always uses. Ouch, I hit my knuckle on the corner of that stone. I think this is the last one we're going to do, guys. There's a few more in there. Maybe we'll do this at a later date. I don't know. We'll see. I got a little bit of time. We might do another one. I just have to have enough time to build a thumbnail and put up the video. So do a couple quick stropping passes. This one is pretty much done. Maybe we'll do one more. Okay. I thought you were talking about that was the insurance. Let me plug you guys in because you're not charging. Give me a moment. There we go. There we go. You run this on a strop, give it an edge test, and we'll do one more. One more. I think we're good on that one. I think that's a good sharp steak knife. There are 3 more in there, and I don't think we're going to do all of them. You can see this one's really chipped up along that edge as well, so we're just going to go ahead and not even mess around with the aluminum oxide stone yet. We're going to go ahead and just put this in. Let's soak. Get that. Like, there we go. Now we'll just go ahead and use this diamond plate. Get ourselves a good start on it. Another one broke in the exact same place. Having a good coarse, super coarse stone, your edge is only ever going to be as good as the base. Your sharpening is only ever going to be as good as your coarsest stone is going to be the one. Like if you're going to skimp, I don't think you should skimp on your stones, period. You can skimp on a coarse stone as long as it's coarse enough. But sometimes a cheaper stone is going to take longer. These ones, these Atoma diamonds, are absolutely the best ones. Jared turned me on to these. I think these are the 140, the Atoma 140, I can't remember. They're very, very aggressive, very, very coarse. And they're going to get you where you're going a lot faster. So if you're doing a lot of knives, having a very aggressive coarse. Okay, here we go. This is what I was talking about. Okay, so now, can you see? Let me see if I can get you in here. Can you see the little burr that is breaking off right there? That's what you see in a lot of people's videos right there at the very edge. That's where that fatigued metal is, and that's what it's going to continue to do until I get rid of all of that. It's just going to keep doing that, and that area is just going to break away and just cause problems throughout. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove all of that material, and it's better to do it on this because it's not going to matter. Now, if you're on a finer stone and that breaks away and then it gets into the stone, you can see it breaking away there as well. It's going to embed in the stone, and then you're going to have nicks in your actual edge. So on here, it doesn't matter because all we're doing is just trying to remove as much material as possible, as quickly as possible. We're going to go back and forth until we get that so that it's clean and consistent. It's not that edge breaking away is a bad thing. That just means that it's happy haptics. Well, how are you? Drop in and drop a like. Actually, you know what we'll do? If I run late, if we just keep going and I sharpen all these, we'll just drop my video after at like 4 instead of 2:30. Would you guys rather stick around for this and then have the video go up later? Because I absolutely don't mind. I'm going to try and sharpen these anyway. I wanted to try and get these all done because if we go visit the dogs this weekend, I can take them with me. Because the people that are giving us the puppy, that's whose knives these are. I'm watching for your response. I am up for whichever. I know I typically put a video up at 2:30. But if you guys want me to keep doing this until we get through all of them, like I said, the only one I'm not going to sharpen is this one. Any knives I've been really impressed with lately? Yes, it's in my pocket. Give my hands a break for a second. It's this one. I absolutely fell in love with this knife. Jim Skelton did a video about it. I did. If you didn't see the video about this, it's the me holding the box with the purple background. Like you've never seen this before. This thing is incredible. I love this knife. It is such a good knife. This is that PMP Aries. I've been really impressed with it. And then I have to admit, I'm not going to... there are a couple of knives that came in that I was not expecting to like as much as I do. And one of them is this Remet. You can get this one on Amazon with my affiliate. This is like $32 and this thing is great. This thing is great. But yeah, we're not going to sharpen this one. I got to talk to Roger and Dennis about just regrinding a tip on that for them. What was this? Happy Haptic says, I was actually sharpening a small fixie I got from Jason Grant on my Work Sharp Pro. Doesn't sit in the clamps properly. That's why I freehand sharpen. That's the other thing. The other benefit to freehand sharpening, the benefit to it is there's a lot of knives that don't fit in a fixtured system the way you want. And by freehand sharpening, it doesn't matter what the spine of that knife looks like. And you're not going to scratch. Like if you've got a really nice knife, like, okay, I had this out earlier to show someone. But something like this, where you've got this really nice finish, if you're trying to collect knives and you don't want to fuck them up, and you've got a safe queen, and you do want to sharpen it, but that clamp, that fixture, a lot of times will screw up and scratch your spine of your knife. The only thing that touches the knife, the only thing that touches the stone when you're freehand sharpening is the very edge. The only thing that gets touched. You don't have a clamp. There's nothing there. Wow, that's a lot of material. I got to remove a bunch more material. So back to this. Yep. There's a lot of benefits to freehand sharpening. There's not a knife that you're like, oh, I can't sharpen that one. You can't say that. Now, I did have a guy call me today, and he had gotten a knife that he bought, and he paid like $100 for it. And he's in the San Diego area. He bought a knife, and it had came with no edge on it, and it's a recurve. And I would have done it for him, but I have no way of establishing an initial edge on a recurve knife. I have no way of doing it. There's just no way. I don't have a 1/2 inch contact wheel for my grinder. I don't have a 1/2 inch stone that is aggressive enough to actually do a recurve that has never had an edge. Like it left the factory without an edge. And I'm like, what in the fuck actual? I've never seen that in a production knife. I have, however, seen it in a custom knife at a knife show. And I'm not going to call anyone out, but I had a guy come up to me and he goes, hey man, like I just bought this knife. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, you're the sharp. You're like, I know you from YouTube. He's like, could you put an edge on this for me? And I was like, why, didn't it come sharp as you want? And he goes, oh no, it doesn't have an edge at all. Now I want you to think about that. He just paid, I think he said he paid like $1,100 or $1,200. He's like, I just paid like $1,100 or $1,200 for this knife. And I was like, now wait a second, you mean it's not sharp? You say it doesn't have an edge. And I felt it and it had never been sharpened. I'm not going to tell you because it's a custom knife. If I tell you the knife, you're going to know the maker. Like, I'm not calling anyone out. But he was like the guy didn't catch it. The maker didn't catch it. It was a custom knife at a custom knife show. It was the California Custom Knife Show, and it was a custom knife maker that you guys would know. And I was like, no, you take that fucking knife. Well, he didn't realize it. I was like, you take that fucking knife and you walk over there. You're like, hey, bro, I just gave you $1,200 and this thing has not even got a fucking edge. And I was like, if you won't do it, I will go over there with you. I was like, because that's bullshit. You paid the guy $1,000, more than $1,000 for something, and it's not even got an edge on it. And he goes, yeah, I just don't want to upset anyone. It's like, I'll fucking upset anyone. Like, that's just something like, that shouldn't fucking happen. So I have seen it in custom knives, but never in a production knife. Didn't realize it until he walked away and then flipped the knife open and was playing with it. And he was like, wow, it's not even got an edge. It looked like he'd started to do the edge, but never finished it. What's the 4Fs? The flying frickin' fluffy fuck? Is that what that means? I don't know. So hopefully they monetize this live feed. Guys, the reason I've been so frustrated with the live feeds, and I don't want you guys to think I'm trying to like entice you guys into dropping super chats. All of my live feeds recently have been demonetized. So like I use a software to do it. I'm running studio lights. I'm running a laptop. I'm running a secondary power source for equipment, and I'm using a lot of lights. I like enough electricity I'm using that the garage, the studio, I mean, it's a perceptible change in temperature while I'm doing a live feed. Like so much stuff I'm using, putting out heat lights and equipment, stuff like that. And my last like 4 or 5 live feeds have been demonetized, and the only money I make is off of the super chats and stuff. And I'm really frustrated. And it's not that I'm trying, like, I don't want to, like, YouTube's answer is, well, if you're worried about revenue, push super chats. You know, they can drop. And I was like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to have to try and entice people into dropping super chats. And they're like, well, you can always talk about memberships. And I was like, I already have like 100 and something paying members. And I have Rocky keeps dropping gift memberships, which I absolutely appreciate. Like, he's done so much to support the channel. But that's YouTube's response, and it just gets frustrating because I'll do a live feed, and I'm in the middle of doing a live feed, and it gets really hard. Like, I'll want to talk about something, and I'll try to like squeeze info out. Like, you guys, what do you guys want to talk about? Let's talk about this. You know, I'll have a topic, and then there's like 60 people and like 0 lurk, and then like only there's like 30 lurkers and then like 10 people that are talking. But a lot of times the 10 people that are in the comment section aren't talking to me. They're talking to each other. And I can't, it gets really hard to run the conversation of a live feed if there's no like interaction from the people watching. So see, no one realized it because at a custom, we're talking like a full-on handmade custom knife. Most people aren't even fucking around with the edge on them. So in the entire time that I've been in the knife community, since 2015 when I started the channel, since I started going to knife shows, since I started doing sharpening, I have only encountered one time in person, and then today when the guy called me, that a knife did not actually have an edge. So it's a very uncommon thing. But typically in a production knife, it's coming off the line and somebody's looking at that. Like, I was really, really surprised, especially when he told me what company it was. And I'm not going to say what company it was because it's not a real well-known company, but they are known for doing quality stuff. So not gonna throw their business out there, but like, I've never seen a knife from that company. Oh yeah, there we go. We'll do one more pass on this side, then we'll start our deburring. Deburring. Do you have any more knives in the works with Artisan and CGRB? I did have, like, I had another design, and they just keep, as much as I like them, they keep giving me the runaround on getting my design out. And I'm like, okay, well, if we're not going to do it, then I'm going to take that design somewhere else. So I just haven't figured out who I'm going to do it with yet. So I have a revision of the Stonefish combat knife. I have a drop point version of the Sea Snake that I was going to call the Habu, and I have a dagger version of the Stonefish that I was going to call the Mukade, which is the Japanese mountain centipede. So there are things out there that I'm looking at doing. I just don't know who I'm going to work with to do them. So the designs are already made. I thought about that, but I'm not trying to do OEM because the problem is, like, let me explain. So if I do OEM, I have to get all those knives in, I have to QA them, I have to get them out and sold, and I have to cover the shipping and everything. It's a very, very time-consuming process, and I would just much rather have my designs licensed and receive a royalty. If it was the only thing I was going to do, that's a different story, but it's not the only thing I want to do. It would take away time from doing what I am absolutely passionate about, which is one, the channel, and two, now my shoulder has been doing better, the sharpening. So I want to get back into doing more sharpening. Like I'm saying, if you guys want to send things in for sharpening, reach out to me. My email should still be in the majority of my videos. But doing OEM, it takes up so much time, and it absolutely has a very high startup cost. I would have to have the money for every unit ahead of time. Like, I can't just go into it and like, hey, I'll pay you when I sell them. That doesn't work. He needs that money before he starts. I don't have that startup capital. I won't have that startup capital. So I think this one might be done. This one is done. The lighting has changed, and now I don't have to go out to the garage door. The light has shifted, and now I've got better light in here. So let's go ahead and move on to the final stone. What do you guys think? Should we keep doing this and then I'll just put up my video after? Or do you want me to stop the live feed? I mean, there's still 17 of you here. I don't know how many have dropped likes, but there's definitely 60 likes on this. I'm enjoying this. I would like to keep, I'll tell you what, I'm going to keep doing this. There are only 2 more of those knives. When I get done with that, when I get done with those 2, I'm going to put this stuff up and I will make a thumbnail for today's video and try to have it out by 4. There will be a video that goes out. It's just going to go out later than normal. And we're just going to do it after I finish these, because I'm actually enjoying hanging out here doing this and interacting with you guys. This is why I do live feeds. I love this. We're talking. Bubble says he's in for a sea snake. I enjoy this. If you guys like stuff like this, I like doing stuff like this. I can't always do stuff like this. I don't always have stuff in for sharpening. But I'll start doing more of this, if that's something you guys enjoy. Because like I said, there's still 17 people here, and we are well over, we're 216 minutes into this. That's well over 2 hours. And I am a mess. I didn't put my sharpening apron on. Garbage truck's back. Today is all 3 cans. So we have our regular trash, and then we have recycling, and now we have these green cans that are for composting. So garbage has been coming and going all day. I do need to flatten these stones. They've got some gouges in them. We did a lot of sharpening. This is our 7th knife. No, they have an actual spot. Like, they're actually doing compost in one area, recycling in another. San Diego actually does a really... They're pretty strict about it. So we separate our food and yard trash, which is what everybody's doing now, which I agree with. If they're going to do composting, that's fine. It just does make the bug problem. Like everybody's like, oh, it's going to make the bug problem. The only reason it makes it worse is because you can't put your food trash in plastic bags anymore. It has to go just in the can or in a paper bag. And I don't have any paper bags to put stuff in. Are you guys down to stick around for me to finish the last 2 steak knives? That one is done. Let's knock the burr off of it. If there's any burr left, we'll hit it on our strop. My little leather razor strop that hangs on my workbench. We'll give it one more test. It's just a trash can. We tried the Gilded Voice server and it doesn't work very well. I didn't like it. Now you can DM people and call each other. Like I've called several of the members through the, oh yeah, there we go. That's sharp. I've called a couple of the members through the Gilded server. Now, I'm gonna have to find a way to, these knives came very dull and now they're very sharp, and I'm gonna have to figure out a way, because they came in a cardboard box. So let's pull these last 2 out. That one's all chipped up. That one's all chipped up. So, well, with you guys with me, who all's here? It's coffee time. Coffee break. We got 2 knives left. We're gonna go ahead and do them. Yes, I need reading glasses for anything up close. So we'll do those last 2 knives. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. What do they make you do? You can't throw away food in your garbage. You can, but they, like, a lot of people aren't doing it. I just, like, people are like, oh, the bugs are gonna be bad. I'm like, you throw your food trash out in your regular trash anyway, and it comes every week. The food trash comes every week. I'm not seeing the difference. I wind up with bugs and maggots in my fucking regular trash, and I wind up with bugs and maggots in the food trash. The only difference is, the only thing that goes in there is organics, the food trash, the yard clippings, any of that stuff, and then they compost it. So I don't see it as a big deal. But people have complained, and I'm like, I had the same number of bugs before that I have now. So I'm not really sweating it. So I gotta fill up the reservoir on my thing. So with that being said, you know, like you just can't put it in a plastic bag. Even when I was putting the stuff in a plastic bag, the trash stunk. It's trash. It stinks. So what they've got is, we have these. So they pass these out with the cans, and you just put all your food trash in here, and it's got a cover, and so it doesn't stink. I've not had it stink, and I just dump this out at the end of the day. And the food trash can is around the corner with the other trash cans. So, like, I'm not having a problem with it. It doesn't bother me. But a lot of people just like to complain, I guess. So people will complain about stuff for no reason. And I know you guys are probably tired of hearing it, but drop a like. Oh, 222 minutes. How long is that? Somebody do the math for me. This is one of those
marathon live stream things. I haven't done one of these in a long time. I forgot my coffee cup, ladies and gentlemen. I can't see the arrow where to line it up. These are the ones I use. These ones, 3 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, it's not bad. Hang on, let me go grab. My coffee cup. Plus, I made $25 on. I mean, you're gonna throw food away anyway. They're not saying you have to do it. See, everybody's like, you fucking there's rules. It's not a rule. You don't have to throw your food trash out there. They're just asking people to do it, and they provided you a can for it. I'm gonna throw food away anyway. If I had my own compost pile, I wouldn't. But the big problem was the big black trash cans were getting filled up with people's yard trash, and it wasn't getting utilized. That's the majority of the stuff that's going in there is yard trash, yard clippings. Like when you mow your yard, you trim your trees and all that shit. So that stuff you would compost anyway. So I don't see it as a problem. Allow me, I just saw something pop up in my news feed that makes me really happy, but we don't talk about it here because it's to deal with the Bud Light and the lack of sales. That makes me smile. But we're not going to talk about it. So, is Keen still there? I wanted to shout him out for dropping it. Keen dropped a $20 live super chat at the beginning, and I didn't have my bell or anything. I was just going to shout him out again. My knees hurt. My knees hurt. I have been standing for this entire 3.5 hour thing. You got your coffee today. Cool. Let me flip this around. Let's get this back in the thing. Get you guys plugged back in and charging. There we go. What's that? Yeah, that's another one I don't want to talk about because it's so hard to even talk about anything on YouTube these days. We'll do a Rumble. We'll talk about some of that stuff on the Rumble side. I prefer if you didn't, really, because it's going to cause, like, I try to avoid political stuff in the chat. YouTube monitors chat as well. They have keywords that they search out, and I'd rather you didn't. Like, I'm not going to tell you no, but I'd prefer that we just talk about, stuff like this. Like, I'm not going to, like, kick you out or anything, but the wife has just returned, so let me ask her if she needs help carrying anything in. You need help carrying stuff in? You got stuff? Give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm doing a live feed. I shall return. I'm just grabbing the bags. Doing a live feed. So, give me just a moment and I'll be right back with you. I'm not going far, boys. I'm not going far. So, like I say, I mean, I don't necessarily care. It's YouTube throws a fit because they have keyword search and the AI will start sequestering things and stuff like that. So it was on. I put it on your computer keyboard. So yeah, let's break into these last couple here. What we got? Any new grail knobs? Wow, guys, this one's really bad. Look at that.
Yeah, we'll put this back. We're not ready for that yet. It's time for heavy duty cutting horsepower. Okay. I'm a new fan, but what's this? You're a new fan, but what? I don't understand what you're talking about there, Rocky Reno. Yeah, a lot of material to remove on this. Oh, you can hear it. New fan to what, Rocky? I'm curious. It's just like a that's kind of cryptic. I heard it break off. Yeah. So this has a really bad spot right here. You can hear it chipping away as I'm going right here. So we've got a lot of material to remove because that has just been so damaged and so fatigued that we just basically have to cut back. And you can see there's a big chunk of it came off right there. It's on the tip of the knife now. See it on the tip of the knife? That is an entire piece of that edge, which is good. That's what we're wanting to do. We're wanting to get rid of that stuff. Now, what I won't do is I won't rinse this off into that basin, specifically because there are all those chunks of old burr, the big chunks that came off while we were doing this. Average pocket knife, $25. $25 as long as I'm not having to do something like this. Like if I was having to do that much reprofile and chip removal, it would be more expensive. But these are easy to sharpen kitchen knives. So running price for me to sharpen a knife is $25. And I've started just telling people like, if you want to go really tap and grit, that's fine. I can do it, but that costs more. It does cost a little bit more, but I recommend staying into a more manageable area as far as grit. A lot of times people mistake higher grit for more sharp, and it's not true. It is absolutely not true that going up higher in grit. As a matter of fact, it can be detrimental. Jared and I talk about it all the time in our videos. Jared and I have talked about it at length. It's a lot better for a lot of steels to stay in a lower range. But then there are some steels that will, like 14C, you can take that way up. I've taken 14C, 28N all the way up to 9,000 grit, and it does just fine. But that's not all steels. Some steels have a really super fine grain structure that loses its tooth when you go up too high in grit. It just doesn't have the bite you want. Exactly, SD. And if you're local, you'll save yourself. You can always reach out to me. You can just send me a DM. We'll get it figured out so that either we can meet up and I can grab your knives, or you can just stop by and drop them off. Since you are pretty much, you're still local, right? You're in San Diego? Or are you out of town now? This one's bad. I'm having to remove a lot of material on this one. Oh, you're in Connecticut. Oh. Well then, just hit up. Send me a DM on the Gilded server and we'll get something figured out. Typically, it's $25 a knife plus return shipping, which right now return shipping is going to be more because they raised the price again. Right now, it's I think it's 10 something per small flat rate. So I have to charge a handling fee. So it's probably gonna be with return shipping, unless you send me a prepaid return shipping label. You're looking at probably $30 a knife minimum. I'm sorry, $35 a knife minimum. And some guy's like, what do you mean I gotta pay the return shipping? I was like, bro, if I sharpen your knife and then I have to pay the return shipping, like I don't make anything. Like that's almost half of the price of sharpening a knife is the return shipping at this point. I was like, it's more than $10 to ship a box to you now. I use small flat rate. $5 and change in Florida for a small flat rate? I don't think it is. Because the post office is nationwide. It's I just mailed off everything I mailed off was 10. Hang on a second. There's a receipt here for it. Everything I sent off was $10.40. Every one of these packages was $10.40. So I think you are incorrect, sir. I don't do the first class, man. I do the flat rate because there's a lot more scrutiny on those. I'm going to do both these knives on this diamond at the same time. That way I can put this away and then we can just sharpen the other two and be done. And we'll just call this live feed a day. 19 people here. If you have not dropped a like, please do so. It helps push this live feed to other people. I think we are pretty much done with the heavy stone on this one. That's the Atoma, yeah. So yeah, I think we're done with that one on the Atoma. We'll finish this one on the Atoma. Hey, by the way, Keen, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Like I said, the last few live feeds have been demonetized, and every time you complain to YouTube about their monetization and people aren't getting recommendations, and I'm like, look, you're killing my revenue. My ad revenue's down because you're not showing my videos. All they ever say is, well, you know, you can push super chats. And I'm like, I don't want to push super chats. I just want them to do it. And then they're like, I'm like, people are complaining that they're not getting notifications. And their response is, well, you can have them do this. I was like, look, why is it my responsibility to figure out that your system's broke? Why am I the one responsible for figuring out why my subscribers aren't getting notifications? Why is that my responsibility? So it definitely does help. I definitely appreciate it. I like the fact, but you could have easily taken that $20 and turned that into a $15 membership for a month. And I would have been every bit as appreciative. Speaking of which, I'm going to be scrubbing the Gilded server. So if any of you guys are on the Gilded server still, YouTube takes 30%. As a matter of fact, they actually take less than that for super chats. I think I get 80% of all the super chats. I don't have a Cash App. I don't even know how I would go about doing that. It's a good idea. I see other people do it. But can the quality of water stones change dramatically even if they're both corundum? Yeah, it's how they're bound. It's how they're put together. If they're tighter knit, they're going to last longer. you're gonna feel a difference in it. I hit my knuckles enough times this time, guys. Like when I sharpen, ding my knuckles and stuff on that. What is this? Yeah, I changed my credit card number and forgot to get back on there. Well, I appreciate anything you guys do to support the channel. Even if it's something as simple as like I said, like in the videos. Guys, I don't like when I sharpen, I typically wind up cutting myself. You can't wear gloves. I can't wear gloves. See, everybody says that. Wear gloves, and that tells me that you haven't done a lot of freehand sharpening. Because you can't feel the interface between the stone and the knife if you're wearing a glove. I gotta be able to feel that. And if I'm wearing gloves, you lose that. You lose that tactile reference between. Can you wear gloves while you're using a fixtured system? Yes, but there's nuances and things to the way that you do this sharpening. You've got to be able to feel it. And if you can't feel it, you're not going to be able to do it. Like, I'm not looking at the knife. Like, you guys have seen enough videos where I don't look at the knife. I'm feeling and listening to the knife. I'm not looking at the knife per se. I don't pay attention to the knife. The knife is there, but I'm not paying attention to it. If you watch some of my old videos where I would do live sharpening and I would be had the camera facing me, I was watching you guys, not the knife. I'm watching everything but my knife right at the moment. So I don't see how you could ever do a lot of freehand sharpening wearing a glove. I have to be able to feel that. I have to have the direct contact. I just cannot do it with a glove on. I've tried it. Does not work for me. What happened? A card got hacked? I will check for sure, Rocky, and I'll let you know. I'll send you a DM, but I'm pretty sure you are. You're definitely a moderator. I can see the wrench, but I can't look at I can't look at the membership stuff from here. I have to do that directly from my computer. Okay, I think both of those are done on this diamond. And I'll set that off to the side, clean that up after. So let's go ahead. Now we'll know for sure if we have, the reason I'm not putting that away is I don't know whether we're gonna have to shift back down to it. Ooh, maybe. I just broke off part of the burr. That's what that was. Okay, no, we should be good. So let's build our slurry. And let's go ahead. These are the last two out of that box of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 knives and 1 pair of scissors. Well, maybe I'll start doing that. Maybe I'll talk about that. Maybe we'll figure it out. I'll get a Cash App figured out, set up, and if you guys want to do that, that's fine. I would absolutely appreciate it. I do appreciate the super chats. The thing that has been supporting the most lately, to tell you the truth, if you guys are going to buy knives, I have a bunch of affiliate links down below, and you can reach out to me in the comments section of a video. Oop, I slammed into the camera again. You can reach out to me in the comment section of a video and I can provide you with a link. A lot of the videos that I put up have links to the items in them. So purchasing them with those links absolutely helps out a ton. There's just a random Blade HQ link in all my videos where you can just go to Blade HQ and you can find those knives, and I absolutely get credit for that as well. So Coffee Brand Coffee has been great to deal with. Those guys are awesome. They're providing me with, I think if I get a few more sales, we get another giveaway. So they're sponsoring giveaways for like every time I sell 10, every time I make 10 purchases, not like 10 items, every purchase. So like if you buy 2 items, it only counts as 1. But they're sponsoring giveaways on my channel for that. Yeah, I do appreciate it. I absolutely do appreciate it. I had a Patreon, and Patreon wouldn't, I had a hard time with Patreon letting me do stuff. Have you tried the 8-inch Venev bench stones? No, I have not. Yeah, I have the 4-inch. I like these because these are like my camping stones. They're pretty good. I don't mind them, and I've been using smaller stones for a long time. So I'm just not in the market to buy a bunch of new stuff, considering I have such stuff already. See where we're at on this. Camping stones. I can throw these in my, like if I go out for the day, if I go out like to the woods or something, I can throw this when I go camping. These go in my pack to sharpen my knife. Like camping. You know what camping is, right? That's where white people pay to be homeless for a week. That's where we pay to pretend to be homeless for a while. Yeah, that's true. There's a link to my... That's not racist. A comedian said that shit. A black comedian said that shit. I'm gonna have to go back down to the diamond on this one. We'll see. Let's see if I can remove this. It's starting to, that chip is starting to reform right here, which means that I did not get enough of the material removed at the back. Let's see if we can maybe make a go of it on this stone. It was starting to form, and then it broke off and then brought back into some good steel. So let's go ahead. I think Chris Rock was the one that made that joke originally. How many ramen noodles would I charge for a shank in prison? You know what? I would be the guy everyone would come to for a shank in prison, wouldn't I? I don't know. How many, like, I've never traded my services for commissary before. I don't know. I really don't know. I imagine that you're right though. I would be that guy. Like, hey man, didn't you have a YouTube channel where you made knives? Like, yeah. Fucking make me a shank, bitch. Okay. Whatever you say, boss man. That's hilarious, though. That is hilarious. That is one of the funnier. How many packs of ramen would I charge? I don't know. That's a hard question to answer. All right. If I had to stab one person, who would it be? I don't know. I don't really want to ever stab anyone. I can't think of anyone I dislike enough. Oh, Paulo Lozano. I'm sorry. I forgot. No, I can't say that. That's making threatening statements. There are 21 people here. If you have not dropped a like, be ever so kind as to don't hate, subscriptiate. If you guys remember back in the day, tell me who that was. If you guys used to watch Reckless Eating. I didn't like Reckless Eating. I just liked when this individual was on there. They had their own channel, and I actually talked to him occasionally on DM. Don't hate, subscriptiate. God, I'm trying to get him to come on a live feed. If Bubbles would be so kind to bring up my Coffee Brand Coffee affiliate link again, my partnership link, that would be great. You guys can save 5% that way. Let's see. I am getting tired, guys. I don't know if it shows. Rocky, can you do it? I put a link to in the Gilded server. I put in the announcements section. There should be a link to the Coffee Brand Coffee and then links to each one of the individual. I may be able to do a Grimsmo Norseman live feed sharpening. I have 2 people that are wanting me to sharpen them. I'm going to reach back out to those people and let them know, you know, I just wanted to put it off until after I got the diagnostic colonoscopy. Because I didn't want to have a bunch of stuff come in. No, Josh, no, absolutely not. That is... Josh, that is the link to the server. Take it down, please. Josh, delete that. Absolutely delete that right now. Josh, I need you to delete that comment like immediately. That is the link to the server. I don't want everyone to have the link to the server. The server is only for members. Josh, take it down, please, right now. Or I'm going to have to end the live feed and delete the entire thing. Did you get it taken down? That is an absolute private link. Guys, do not share the link to the Gilded server ever in a live feed. We already had problems with somebody hacking into the Gilded server, and it took us hours and hours and hours to get the setups so that I stopped getting people just showing up. In the announcement section, I have a link to all of my things where you can copy the affiliate links for Coffee Brand Coffee with the discount and then the other ones. That's the links I was talking about. Holy crap. That almost was a fucking nightmare. That took us days to get that taken care of. And we had that asshat that came in and was harassing everyone. Hope it deleted. I hope no one can see it, or I'm going to have to take the Gilded server down and build a whole new one. Because I absolutely can still see it. I don't know how long ago that happened. I don't know how long ago that disconnect happened, but that sucks because now there's only 3 people here. We made it almost all the way through. No, I haven't, because I've got it figured out now. We have permissions set. I have specific individuals that are allowed to, there are only a couple people that are allowed to change settings in the Gilded server. There's only a couple people that are allowed to start new rooms and things like that. And it's been working. So there's 4 of us that can set stuff up. And it's been working really well. So yeah, we're back. We're back. There's 8 people here. And if you're just showing up, like I've said 1,000 times, I know you guys are probably tired of it, please drop a like. All right, let's another quick edge test. That one's done. We got 1 left. Last knife. 5. I've sharpened 8 knives so far. That's 8 knives, and if I was doing a full charge on this, we'd be 8 knives times 25. Somebody do the math on that for me. How much am I not getting paid for this? I believe it's $200. It is. It's $200. All right. Last one. Last knife. What did Josh? Bubbles, you trying to get Josh to do something, have me have a come apart again? Man, my wife was cooking something with a lot of garlic. It smells amazing. I know he was trying to help. I'm not upset that he tried to help. I'm not upset with him. It was an honest mistake. I just got to be careful that we don't do it. Josh, I'm not upset. I just didn't want to have to, because my other option was to take the feed completely down and delete it. And I'm like, fuck, it's a 3-hour live feed. So I'll stop trying anymore. No, Josh. But if you could go and grab the Coffee Brand coffee, or actually the Dull-Strong knives out of one of my videos. Bubbles did it before. It's okay. Don't worry about it. You guys know where to find my affiliate links. They're in the description down below. Bubbles is a fucking instigator. That's what he is. the last knife. I did a big batch of knives one time. So I did a big batch of knives one time, and I got to the very last knife, and I was like gonna have it done so the customer could come pick up his stuff. And on the last knife, I slipped off the stone and I cut myself and had to go to the emergency room to get stitches. Cool. I'm glad they did. It's actually not a bad one for kitchen knives. It's great. For like your pocket knives, no. You could get away with it on some pocket knives, but I don't think I would want to try and do a lot of your larger, thicker knives. I haven't talked with them in a while. I've been trying to get them on the channel, and we're done. Well, I'm sorry. We got to do a couple burr removal passes. Getting ahead of myself. Let's say your area has these classified books that come in the mail every week called the Shopper's Guide. There are wicked thin newspaper, perfect for yeah. I anytime I get a phone book or anything like that I can find, I grab it and I use it because that and the paper from Smoky Mountain Knife Works catalog, those seem to be the best things to test on, and I don't know what it is. What is that? Why is it in my stone? I think it's a little bit of the binding agent that they use to make the stones. Well, I'm almost done, Will. This is the last knife we're doing. It's been like 260 minutes. And if you haven't dropped a like in those 260 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Feels weird. Flip it so we don't wear our stone prematurely. I'm trying to check my edge here. Make sure we're good. I think we're good. I'm going to give a couple more passes and then do some burr removal, and we'll move to the final stone, and then we will be done for the day. And I will, as soon as I get done, I will get today's video scheduled. I don't know what time that will be because I need to make a thumbnail for the video. So today's video is going to go up late, but that's okay because we've done this all day. We've been doing this since before noon. There we go. Couple burr removal passes. Final stone. This water's a bit dirtier than I typically would like, but it is the last stone and pass, and we're going to build a slurry on it anyway, so we can get away with that last a little bit of water being pretty dirty. This stone cuts so fast. Like, I've never had a high grit stone like this, like a 6,000 grit stone that cut this fast, except the ones that I tried that were the Big Brown Bear's stones, those vitrified diamond that he had. They were ridiculous how fast they cut. But like I said, these are not the stones that you're going to be using to do M390 and 20CV and S30V and things like that. This is more along the lines of just doing kitchen knives, hence some of your budget steels. This is great for that, but it's going to not suit the purposes as well for those other steels. Let's do this final couple of deburring passes. And we will strop this. And we'll grab a piece of phone book paper. I think we're good. I think we have gotten all. How many knives is that? Let's look at what we've done today. Besides make a hell of a mess on my workbench, we have sharpened one pair of shears, one slicer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 knives and a pair of scissors. And if you haven't dropped a like, at this point, I would ask you to, because I am going to hop off of here momentarily. I will say thank you to Keen's Custom Tools and Cole over at Tri-State for dropping the $25 in super chats. If you guys want to support the channel, it's as simple as like and share and subscribe. I would absolutely appreciate it if you shared every one of my videos with everyone. There's a video that's going up here in about another 15-20 minutes. Depends on how long it takes me to get the thumbnail built for it. But you'll be seeing a video go up just about the regular time. And then I got to clean up this hell of a mess that I've made here on my workbench. So, Panzer, thanks for stopping by, buddy, all the way from New Zealand. So, yeah. Finish my coffee, put up a video, and I will see you guys next time. I love you all. Take it easy. I'll see you later.